All right.
No, these actually look great.
Well, Ahmad's having some picture taking phone time.
I'm
We're,
out of here.
yeah,
I'm sorry. I know
oh,
you have a job to do. I'm
we,
sorry.
we, we got to talk some weather now.
I'm sorry. I'm out of here.
All right, Ahmad is done. He's going to beat the storm home.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Michelle is here. She's been tracking. She brought up all kinds of good pictures for us tonight, found a bunch of hail pictures. You see what's coming at us? It's pretty nasty looking storm here. This is up to our north. You're watching this severe thunderstorm out around Vandalia up towards Bowling Green, and it's really starting to surge to the south. And this is going to be our next weather maker. There's another one that's developing here out around Innsbrook, pushing towards New Melle. That's out in Warren in St. Charles County. That's not the main show. The main show is with this area that's up to our north. The severe thunderstorm warning right now is for northern Lincoln County and then back into Pike County. This area is going to be sliding off to the southeast, and our bet here is that we will be looking at winds gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour, perhaps even higher than that as we head through the remainder of the overnight hours. And at least through 2 o'clock as this line of showers and thunderstorms rolls on to the south and to the southeast. So the main area of storms moving to the southeast right now, that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Pike County and northern Lincoln County. The storm that brought all the hail to parts of St. Louis County, that has completely fizzled out now. This was the area that was getting hammered here about an hour ago, and now nothing. The hail is gone. But look at all the reports of hail from that storm. And again, we're turning our attention now to this line that we expected to form, and indeed the individual storms have continued to merge together, and they continue to press on to the south and to the southeast. And they will be moving through St. Louis, odds are between 11 and 12 o'clock, and then south of St. Louis after midnight. And the tornado watch has been put up until 2 a.m. Saturday that includes the metro area and into the metro east, and then down to the south of St. Louis, Sparta, St. Genevieve, Farmington's in there, Potosi, back to Steelville, Herman's included. Basically, all of the viewing area except the far southern counties and the far eastern counties in Illinois. So that's what we have going on. This is going to be in effect until 2 o'clock. We're tracking that big cluster of thunderstorms up to our north, and it's really that cluster of thunderstorms as it's bowing out, if you will, where you're getting the winds surging out, where we could see winds 60 to 70 miles per hour in some spots north of St. Louis. We're thinking 50 to 60 in the metro area, but we'll see what happens as it does move closer to the area here as we continue through the rest of the day, or the night, as it were. There's over at Busch Stadium in Ballpark Village. They did have a movie night tonight. I'm not sure if they were able to get all of the movies in. Looking out of the airport, over an inch of rain in about a half an hour or so with those storms from earlier as they were rolling on through. And so here's kind of where we're thinking we're going here. And as you're looking at this, this is a future cast. This model is being run. This one actually has seemed to do about the best. Now, it may be a little fast in getting the storm in here, because if you go back where it is now, it looks like it's about 30 miles off of where it should be. So maybe instead of 11:30, this is more like 12:30. So it'll be around midnight or just before. I did change my batteries. Yes, I did. So not on the IFB, but it doesn't suck the energy. So this is what we're looking at. With this thing bowing out, anytime you see an area like that that bows out, this is essentially what you're looking at, surges of wind. And with those surges of wind, you can have some gusts, that are severe gusts. You go back and look at last month. We're going to get a new warning here, so let me just go back up to that one. But you go back last month, we had quite a few stronger thunderstorms in the St. Louis area. And with that, we ended up weakening a lot of trees. There's branches up in the trees that haven't come down yet, but have breaks in them, or they're weakened and, they're just waiting for the next big windstorm. This is our potential here for tonight. So got the extension on this warning, basically along and west of Highway 61 in Lincoln County. That's where we're looking at this new severe thunderstorm warning. And then along and north of Interstate 70 in Warren County. And of course, we're stretching that up into Pike County. Now, it's not only the threat for the winds here, 60, maybe 70 miles per hour, and there's going to be some hail in here, probably not like, yeah, I put them up. I already charged them. I'm highly efficient tonight. All right, so this thing, it's not only the strong winds, but when they start surging out, and you can kind of see it here. Let's look back here into northern Montgomery County, western Pike County. See how that's surging just in these last few images. You kind of see how it's starting to surge out. A lot of times what that will do is that will create spin in the atmosphere. So when this starts surging out, it starts twisting on the front end of it. And if the conditions are favorable and all the ingredients come together, then you can get a brief spin-up tornado on some of these things that start nudging out. That's why it's a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it, because you can get something to spin up out of it. Bottom line though, even if something spins up and it's a brief tornado, that's going to be pretty small. The potential for widespread, significant, strong winds to cover more than just maybe, quarter of a mile or a few hundred yards or something like that. The potential for winds that are strong to stretch over a larger area is much greater. And so that would be our overall main threat, we think, as we head through this evening. So when we're looking at the warnings, we've got the new warning here. Well, actually the old warning to 11 o'clock for parts of Lincoln and Pike County, and then the new warning that goes down along and north of 70 in Warren County and along and west of 61 in Lincoln County. That is going to go until 11:30. And I would bet you money that that's going to get extended down towards St. Louis and at least some portion of the metro area through the course of the remainder of the evening. So I think we're going to have more warnings that come our way as the evening wears on. Let's look at the hail in there. You're looking out here in Warren County with that cell that's moving out of Innsbrook over towards New Melly. There's some small hail in there. If it does what we had, what we saw happen in St. Louis County, you got to watch this thing to see if it's going to blow up into a big hail producer, because when they're the single storm by themselves like that, they have sometimes a greater potential of intensifying out by themselves where there's nothing else to interfere with them. The storms up to the north, it's kind of a different story. So, that's definitely a cell we'll watch. It doesn't look like it's severe right now, but definitely a cell that we will keep our eyes on as it kind of tracks. Odds are it's going to move towards Weldon Spring and Augusta and then turn and go over southern portions of St. Louis County. That's our bet on that one. So the main focus and main attention is to this line to the north. Now, we were going to talk about this a few minutes ago, and then we got a new warning. But just kind of looking at the models here and dragging it through. Yes, this is a little fast. So this is more like 12:30 a.m. tomorrow morning instead of 11:30 p.m. But you can see it coming through the metro area, and it sure does look like you'd have some gusty winds with that as it presses through St. Louis. Now, as it goes on down to the south and southeast of St. Louis, once we get towards 2:30, 3 o'clock, it's running in. The areas east of St. Louis do not have the instability to deal with. So we're thinking that those areas farther to the east will probably, no guarantees here, but will probably see the storms weaken. And then what comes in after that towards daybreak most likely will not be severe, but we could be looking at some flooding scenarios playing out. Later tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, here you go, down south of St. Louis, just kind of looking at those storms. That's where the stronger storms will be, generally along tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, along and south of 70. So that's the future cast. That's where we are with our future cast. And actually, this model has been doing reasonably well, better than a lot of the models here. Some of these high resolution models that we look at, they're high resolution. They run every hour. Some of them run every 3 hours. They give you a finer look at what's expected to happen, but they're not always right. And when they're wrong, they're not usually just a little bit wrong. They're usually way off. So we found one that we kind of like here, and the timing's a little off, but the general consensus on how things are going to behave, it seems like it's got a pretty good handle on that. So all eyes are to the north of St. Louis right now on the complex that continues to drop right now out of the Quincy-Hannibal area where they've had some heavy rain, dealing with some flash flooding up there, and surging on to the south. And I think the greatest threat for severe weather is most likely over our western counties. Now, still watching that cell that's trying to develop here out in western St. Charles County. That's a problematic looking cell. So we're going to watch that too to see if there's any interaction with this main area. I think the line of thunderstorms will probably tend to speed up just a little bit here as we go through the overnight hours too. Usually when you get this complex, once it gets its momentum together and starts building, then it really kind of gets rolling along and goes surging south. So yeah, that's something else that, of course, we'll be monitoring. Just kind of looking here at power outages. St. Charles is still just 9. Usually this map auto updates. St. Louis now has 728 out. St. Charles County now has 107 out. Hi, Sam. I'm probably going to stay on, yeah. Okay. Yeah, for a while. Okay, that's fine. If you want, I can stream it to the web too.
I just pulled it up on my own, so I got
Okay.
it. So.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Sam. Sam's one of our excellent people behind the scenes that makes things happen here at 5 on Your Side. Looking at the power outages here to our north, Rawls County and Marion County, they've got high percentages of their people without power there. They track, Point Cam 12 to the west. Okay. Rawls County, which is kind of the Hannibal area, west of Quincy, and Marion County there. Marion and Rawls County, just kind of out of our viewing area, north of Bowling Green. Rawls County has over half of the tracked customers without power right now. That's certainly not a good sign. St. Charles County has 107 customers out. St. Louis County has 728 customers out. So those numbers really not at all bad. Now this is a little concerning as we take a look here over western portions of St. Charles County. You see the amount of lightning around New Melle, very electrical storm there. Quite impressive with the lightning that's ongoing there with that now. So we're going to pop on the hail and see if we're starting to get anything larger. So it's trying, but so far I guess that's a good thing. The one that was in Metro St. Louis didn't look overly impressive. Kind of looked like what we had out here west of and over New Melle, west of Darden Prairie and Cottleville. And then it just blew up as it went into St. Louis County out of St. Charles County and really dropped a large hail there in that corridor from Bridgeton down through Maryland Heights into Creve Coeur, Page Avenue Extension. Well, really not even the Page Avenue Extension, just flat out Page Avenue here. Really took a good pounding there earlier, but that subsequently has died. And now if this storm continues to strengthen, it is going to potentially be a problem. So we'll continue to monitor that. So our current warning, there's only one warning in effect. Well, there's technically 2, but really it's 2 counties here, 3 counties, Pike County, Lincoln County, and the northern part of Warren County at the moment with our cells that are to the north, the line, this complex of storms that's dropping onto the south. The area actually west of St. Louis is a little more conducive to seeing some spin-ups. And, you know, this is right, the warm front is not through St. Louis yet. It's still back to our west, goes down into southeast Missouri. And generally, these storms have been flaring up to the, you know, really, if you kind of look at it, this is where the warm front is out to our west, and it's right along and just east of that we've really seen these storms take hold and develop here. The ones over in central portions of Illinois, while these are strong that are over around Springfield, they are just producing small hail and torrential rain. So our big concern with the hail would be especially here trying to develop out in western St. Charles County, because it sure looks like that's happening. And then the area that's trying to nudge here out of Pike County and in towards Montgomery County and western, northwestern portions of Lincoln County. Eventually this is going to get into Hawk Point and Truxton. And, you know, there's no doubt that these storms are headed towards Warrenton. This big surge of wind will head towards Warrenton, Herman, New Haven, probably into Washington. Not sure what this storm over St. Charles County, to be honest with you, if it's going to be able to intensify and strengthen and get a hail core up or not. I'm going to call up one of my other, take this computer over there. And we'll see what we got here. The more computers, the merrier, right? Okay, where shall we put this? Let's put him right here. Oh, I guess that'll work. Okay. So, you know, we're looking at, you know, well, I'm looking at this area out around Wellsville, and I've got some pretty good winds there. So, you know, I think you're going to get some gusty winds from Wellsville down through Montgomery City. It looks like in the 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. There's another little core of stronger winds that's off to the northwest of Bowling Green right now. So those are areas, again, that we watch as this whole surge just kind of keeps pushing on to the south. And there is some spin in there with some of these nudges. And then the other thing I was going to do was check on this storm here. So the one that's going up here in, the one that's gone up here into portions of St. Louis or St. Charles County, coming out of Warren County, the one that started around Innsbrook and is now moving towards New Melly and moving towards Wentzville and Garden Prairie. And that's the one you're looking at on your screen right now. It looks like it has some small hail with it. But beyond that, there's nothing that stands out as overly dramatic. So just as a kind of a recap, we do have the tornado watch that was extended farther south here this evening to include the Metro St. Louis area. Now, what does a tornado watch mean? It simply means that, you know, the conditions are there for severe thunderstorms, and potentially we could have some of them spin up tornadoes. Is this one of those big tornadoes, supercell kind of events? Well, no, that doesn't seem to be the case. This is the type where you get those quick, brief spin-ups at the leading edge of a thunderstorm complex. But the potential's there that we have some widespread wind damage with some of these thunderstorms tonight. Gusts, we've already seen some reports up in Perry City, Missouri, up north, that some tree damage up there, and of course Rawls County, big power outages there. So as you go up north, we've seen the big power outages, and we think we've had some wind damage to cause those power outages. So the tornado watch is in effect. It's basically just saying, if you're getting ready to go to bed tonight, make sure you have your phone turned up high so that if the warning is issued, it's going to wake you up, you're going to get the notification, and, you know, make sure you've got your weather radio set, you know, notifications and weather radios. The weather radio will wake you up many, many times. I've been awakened by the NOAA weather radio. And it truly is a lifesaver. It'll wake you up in the middle of the night when warnings are issued, and it's instantaneous too. So this is the big picture again, watching this line of thunderstorms. The big surge here in wind, it looks like, is pushing south through Montgomery County, western portions of Pike County, western portions of Lincoln County, out into Warren County. So this whole area is kind of surging to the south. That warning is a severe thunderstorm warning, with the potential that we could have a spin up. Probably if it happened, it would be in Montgomery County, and that's Montgomery County, Missouri. That's sliding onto the south. Then we've got a little supercell trying to develop here by itself. This is out around New Melle. Tremendous amount of cloud to ground lightning with that particular lone little cell, which does indicate that there's hail going on right now. As you go out into the New Melle area, one would expect there to be some pretty good hail. You know, at least a bunch of peas and maybe some dimes and nickels. And we'll see if it can strengthen and grow even further. So this whole complex is going to drop down to the south and east. Now, as you go farther east of St. Louis into Illinois, you start to outrun the instability. The air back to our west is even more humid than what we have in the St. Louis area. And so that's being lifted up and over that warm front, and it's helping to fuel these thunderstorms as they drop onto the south. So, you know, that's, once you get removed from that by a certain distance, then you run out of your severe weather potential. So that's the other thing we're going to be watching here as we go through the remainder of the evening. And I suspect we'll be with you probably for the next hour, hour and a half or so, you know, until these storms show signs of either weakening and there is no longer a severe weather threat, or they flat out move out of the area. I think the weakening and showing signs, no more signs of severe weather threat, is more along the lines of what will happen here as time goes on this evening. So I think they'll, before they weaken, they'll tend to, or before they move out of the area, they will tend to weaken. I don't think they're going to get out of the area all that quickly. So I wonder if I could just, I'm going to pull up something on my screen here. Let's go to a 4-panel. Let me put this up at a different tilt. Let's see what we got. Let me do this and put that now. So right now, they're saying this too. You can see in this area, and really technically this is kind of out of our viewing area because they can't really get us out here in this part of Montgomery County. But, you know, if we look out here along 70, you can kind of see the surging wind with this, right in here. This wind is surging out. So, you know, from the Highway 19 exit west out through Kingdom City, this is potentially going to be a big problem for tractor trailers that are traveling. Because that wind, more likely than not, the wind out of the storms, the wind gusts will be blowing kind of more to the south from the north. And of course, you'll have east and west traffic, which means that's a crosswind, and you know, you're liable to get some trucks blown over if they don't hit up the rest stops there. So hopefully they will know that there's something coming and will avoid that area. Meanwhile, still a lot of lightning here in St. Charles County. It looks like this storm's getting in and around the area from Weldon Spring out 4064 through parts of O'Fallon, Darden Prairie, Lake St. Louis, on into Wentzville. So we're kind of waiting to see if this is going to be able to build a hail core like the storm we saw that came out of St. Charles County and moved into St. Louis County. So far, the answer is it's not too bad. Maybe pea-sized to half-inch hail. Okay, so we can deal with that, right? But this wind here and all of this lightning really starting now to show the signs of surging out and almost plowing due south. You folks, if you're if you're west of Warrenton, if you're down towards New Haven, Berger area, even Truxton and Hawk Point, but I'm thinking west of Warrenton, down along Highway 94, there's Berger, Bridgeport, New Haven, Herman, Swiss, Gasconade, really all along Gasconade County, down Highway 19, Drake, Owensville, Canaan. I don't think this thing's going to let up. You know, it really looks like you're going to have this surge of wind just plowing on to the south. So, Perry City, Missouri, we are getting reports of down power lines and parts of a roof blown off in Perry City, Missouri. So, I'm just kind of looking through the reports here. The Audrain Community Hospital has power out. So, you know, again, we're kind of keeping you up to date here tonight. And there's the new warning, extended farther south. Knew it would be coming. And those are many of the areas that, you know, we just talked about here. This does include Innsbruck. As we know, it's a weekend. There's a lot of people out here in Innsbruck. Yeah, you already had a thunderstorm go through, but the one that's trying up here to come down to the south is really surging on with winds, and we may have 60 to 70 miles per hour on the winds, although, you know, it's probably going to be closer to 60. But here's the thing. You could still spin up with that area that's pressing onto the south. You can still spin up a tornado. And, you know, they would be brief. So I think your damaging winds, which are more likely where that bulge is happening right now. So just following that bulge, you kind of go from Danville, where it's on your doorstep right now, to Jonesburg, and then it's going towards Herman. It won't take long to get to Herman, within a half an hour. And those are the strong winds. I bet it's in Canaan by about 12:30. This is probably going to be the worst part of this line that we see. And yes, there are some rotations, you know, showing up at the leading edge of it. And so with that in mind, you know, that's why it's a tornado possible, because it is. No guarantees, of course, but it certainly would be that circulation right now. You can kind of see it bowing out near Montgomery City. So it's that little, if you just look here, you can see it. It's that little notch that's right there. And, you know, just basing it on that, you're going to place that somewhere here near Truxton, perhaps, Hawk Point, going down west of Warrenton, down towards Herman. So those are the areas where we have to be a bit more concerned here through the remainder of the evening. West of St. Louis, it looks like it's a better chance, even though you've got this massive line. Your instability and the ingredients look to be better west of St. Louis for this severe weather potential. And that's why you've got this severe thunderstorm warning now that covers Warren County down into the western and central portions of Franklin County, all of Gascony County, and then the western portions of Lincoln County, and a small part of Pike County is getting clobbered right now. Actually, most of Pike County is getting clobbered right now, but a small part of it on the leading edge, closer to the Montgomery County line, actually has that area where there is more of a severe weather threat. So, you know, I still see some circulations in here. I don't see anything that looks traumatic at this point, but I think you are looking at this surge that we've been advertising here through the course of the day that's developed. It's going to press through here in the next hour. The metro area may or may not see severe weather out of this, to be honest. I think there's a potential we're going to get some strong storms. I don't know if, because the ingredients aren't all aligned just perfectly, it doesn't mesh together to make the perfect storm. But I do think we will look at some stronger storms that slide into the metro area here over the course of the next hour or two. And you've got the one that's out around Wentzville right now. But the main threat, again, is with that line that's out now right along 70 here and is moving to the southeast. So it's into Danville right now. And so I suspect we're going to hear some reports along 70. You've got people driving, hopefully you're not trying to get to the lake right now, but people would tend to drive. 70 never stops. It doesn't, I don't think it ever stops traffic. But I think traffic tonight from Kingdom City to west of Warrenton is going to come down to a nice little slowdown here. If not because of the weather, because people see it, hopefully, and know that there's something going on. I mean, if you just look at the lightning out there, the lightning has to be incredible. Now, I don't know. Let's see if we can see anything from our camera. We're looking west here. This is downtown St. Louis. We're looking west. We're way up high, and we don't really see a lot of lightning. There's a little bit there, but it's not the continuous kind of lightning that we might see, if we were driving on Interstate 70 west of Warrenton. The sky's got to be completely lit up here out to the west and northwest of Warrenton right now. Just look at the amount of lightning. In fact, let me just do a quick little check on that. Just in this little area here. Whoops. Okay, so, and I'm going to zoom that in a little bit. So just this area, around Montgomery City and Wellsville, there's 366 strikes. That's a lot of strikes. That's a lot of electricity. So it is these are very electrical storms tonight. The one in St. Louis proper died off. Here's what's going on back in O'Fallon, Wentzville, Lake St. Louis. Still looking at it out here. You've got a fair amount of lightning there too. But just the amount of lightning with this tonight has been incredible. Even in the metro area, when we actually had the hail coming down, lightning is kind of a sign to us that we do have hail, because when you have lightning strikes, or you're seeing a lot of lightning, you're discharging the static electricity in the atmosphere, which you build that static electricity up by moving the raindrops around and blowing the hailstones around. And when there's a lot of hail, there's a lot of stuff bumping into each other and getting charged up. And so, we tend to look for areas when there's lots of lightning. The potential there is usually a little bit higher for hail in a storm. And there's certainly, there's no indication here that there's a lot of severe hail. In fact, I'm just going to nudge this back a little bit. I'm going to look just to see. It looks like we might be looking at a little bit of weakening there. Not a lot, but a little bit of weakening with this line. Not a lot, but a little bit. We'll take a little bit. So at the moment, with this line that's pressing on to the south, our severe thunderstorm, Montgomery County, western portions of Lincoln County, you're still getting drenching rains up into most of Pike County, but the gusty winds have generally been to the south and southwest of Bowling Green. And then this is going to push on down towards the Missouri River, down towards Herman and Berger, and back towards New Haven. Marthasville, you're in the warning. Washington, Missouri's in the warning. Union's in the warning. Gerald's in the warning. Back towards Swiss and Drake. Owensville, all the way down towards Oak Hill and Sullivan. That's kind of where the warning stops. And if these storms continue to hold their intensity, because you're watching it move almost due south. If they can continue to hold their intensity, then, you know, there's no reason to think that we're not going to get, you know, the severe weather to keep moving on to the south. Now, farther east of St. Louis, it still remains questionable as to how much wind is going to be able to come out of these storms. Certainly, we have a fair amount of rain in there, but it's moving. It's not getting held up. We're not looking at storms training over the same places, and because of that, you know, I don't think we're looking at a major flood threat off to the east of St. Louis. Now, you know, you look at what happened earlier around the metro area where you had inch and a half of rain in 30 or 40 minutes. You know, our storm drains are not meant to handle that. So, you know, it is what it is. They can't handle but so much. And when you put that kind of water down that fast, it really does create some pretty big problems. So I'm looking at the leading edge of the wind here. And you know, while it's surging out and there's a bit of rotation, you know, you could make a case that it could be a little, we could have some stronger winds in here, but oh, is that our max? So, no, it's close to 60. It's close to 60 mile per hour winds with this, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and it's rotating onto the south or sliding onto the south. Yes, there is some small hail in here, but so far it seems like most of the hail is just that, small hail. It's not very large. Not looking at what we saw out in West St. Louis County earlier, where we had, you know, 2-inch hail, size of eggs. You know, somebody tweeted me that, you know, they did not want to have ice falling from the sky in July, and I would tend to agree. I'm not a big fan either, but we don't get to choose our weather. It chooses us. So the severe thunderstorm warning in effect out here in Warren County, Montgomery County, central and western portions of Franklin County, Lincoln County. Really the worst of it right now is in Lincoln County back into Montgomery County. I'd say the worst of it's actually in Montgomery County, right along Interstate 70 is probably where the gustiest winds are based on what we're seeing right now. We take a little swig of Sprite when you talk for hours on end. It definitely starts adding up. I want to show you Lambert here. Let me see if I can move the camera up just a little bit. Because there was a lot of lightning there just a second ago from this storm that's out in St. Charles County. And we're kind of looking at it from Lambert. Here, looking back, there we go, towards St. Charles. Pull that back out. Okay, let's turn that maybe one more. We'll see what we get out of this. Okay. Well, yeah, there's a lot of lightning out there. All right, so I'm going to take that for you now. I just kind of moved the camera around a little bit, so you're going to get the glimpse at it as we switch up the view just a little bit for you. It was an on-time arrival at Lambert coming in on the runway right there. So hopefully it's going to go to the wider view for you in a second, which will give you a nice shot at the lightning and what we're seeing with those storms out to the west. So, you know, as I'm looking at this now, I kind of see in the trends here a bit of course, I say it's a bit of a weakening trend, but I want to hold back on that before I commit to it because we're also seeing some rain here. We might be getting a little bit of attenuation, from the radar site. So with that in mind, I don't want to say, hey, it's not that bad, when in reality, I still think we've got some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds in there, especially in Montgomery County, western portions of Lincoln County, and that's moving down towards the Missouri River. So that's what we have to deal with. That's why we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect right now, and those warnings, including Warrenton and Innsbruck, and just west of Troy, Hawk Point, that area right now towards Hawk Point and Truxton, really getting it. West of Jonesburg, you're looking at the strong winds, and that'll take you out through Danville and then all the way out to Kingdom City. I just wouldn't want to be on the road out there right now. I certainly wouldn't want to be on the river either. Herman to Washington. Marthasville's in this morning. Union's in this morning. St. Clair's in this morning. Good chunk of Interstate 44 too. So we're watching that storm surge on down. We're watching the storms over St. Charles County and into Calhoun County as they kind of merge with the larger area to the north. Now, sometimes when we have merging storms, that creates additional spin in the atmosphere. It can, it doesn't always, but it can create additional spin in the atmosphere. It can also create an enhanced updraft, which then becomes an enhanced downdraft and creates some stronger winds. So anytime storms merge, you kind of don't know until you're in that process what exactly is going to happen with it. So that's something we'll be watching here as these storms kind of merge with the main line. You've got a couple of individual lone rangers out there, and then they're going to merge with that line. And so we'll see if that causes any additional problems. So at the moment, we're not getting a lot of reports of severe weather, which is, if it's happening, we want to know about it. But, we're not getting a lot of reports of severe weather, so that's okay. If you've got it, you can send it to us, and hopefully somebody will send it to the National Weather Service, send it to us, let us know, put it on Twitter. Always good to know. But there's your severe thunderstorm warning right now. And as we go through the remainder of this next hour or so, we've got until 12:15. So Franklin, Gasconade, Montgomery, Warren counties, parts of those counties, or in mostly Warren counties, since almost all of the county, and all of Gasconade County, under the gun with a severe thunderstorm warning. Winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. The potential that we could have hail up to the size of maybe an inch, although it looks like the hail threat hasn't been all that impressive here lately. But it's from this Boeing line of thunderstorms that's now working its way here through Lincoln and Montgomery counties. Now you're saying northern parts of Calhoun County, if you're north of Hardin, you've got a lot of cloud to ground lightning. You're not only dealing with the lightning, but you're also saying it is pouring a drenching rain. Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's anything severe. And you may even have 35, 45 mile per hour winds, but that's not severe. It doesn't meet the criteria, but it's still pretty intense storms. And I think that's what we're going to be looking at here through the course of the next hour, hour and a half, especially for the metro area. I think for the metro area, I would say based on what we're seeing now, the severe weather threat is not as worrisome for us as what it was looking like maybe an hour or two ago that it might be. Thinking it's mostly going to be to the west based on what we're seeing right now. And even to the areas west of St. Louis, it sure looks like we're seeing a little bit of weakening with this. But I want to emphasize a little bit, And then as I say that, and then I see a core go up, north of Montgomery City. So, I don't want you to be scared. The reason we're here tonight and that we're going to stay here is there a chance we're going to have a bunch of tornadoes? Well, not really. It's mostly a wind threat, heavy rain threat, some hail. Just got a report out of St. Paul, hail there to the size maybe of dimes or so. below nickel size for sure. But, you know, we know that, you know, you've got your TV shows on right now, and it's not bad enough to where we're going to interrupt that and broadcast forever. But we'll stay here on Facebook, and we will stay with you on our YouTube page. And, you know, we'll stick with you through the remainder of this until we can be reasonably assured that we're not going to have a lot of problems here. As long as these storms have a severe weather threat, we'll kind of stick here with you. And we may stop it and start it again, because I don't know if Facebook will kick us off at some point. But, you know, we're just hanging out and jibber-jabbering tonight and watching the storms. They could be a lot worse than they are. I will tell you that. They could be a lot worse than they are. We've seen a lot worse. But the other thing, too, is, you know, even if we don't get severe weather in St. Louis proper, we've had some pretty rough storms so far in the month of June. We had 2 or 3 areas where, you know, some significant wind damage occurred with a thunderstorm. So even though, you know, we cleaned up from all of that and got that all squared away, here's the thing. There's a lot of branches in the trees that are loose, if you will, or they were weakened, they were strained. They didn't break, but they were strained. And so the stage is set so that now if you get a good, strong thunderstorm, maybe it's not severe, but, you know, it's near severe limits, a 50-mile-per-hour wind instead of a 60-mile-per-hour wind. Well, that 50-mile-per-hour wind hitting a weakened branch may break it. And, you know, we may end up with some scattered power outages because of that. And speaking of which, let's just check on that right now. What do we say? Rawls and Marion County, big-time power outages up across parts of northeast Missouri right now. Rawls County, they have almost 1,600 out of 2,700 customers without power. Yikes. Marion County, 700 out of almost 1,800 without power. Pike County reporting no power outages. Lincoln County reporting no power outages. St. Charles has 99. St. Louis has 756. Warren County has 18. Good in Montgomery, good in Gasconade, good in Franklin. Jefferson County has 2 for no apparent reason. And all of those in St. Louis, of course, you would expect, would be Ameren customers. And in St. Charles County, the 99 out are Ameren customers. Quiver River reporting all of their customers with power. So, you know, we're just sticking here with you and look and see if I see anything on my Twitter feed, and I don't really see anything exciting on my Twitter feed. So, boom, we'll go back up there. And we'll go back over to NWS Chat. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning. So as this line is pressing south and east, and Sean, are you in there with me still? Okay. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for the metro area, at least St. Charles County, and back in through Jersey and Calhoun County. So the winds are surging out and bowing out ahead of this. So, so do you want to, I see, okay. Does a national follow the local? Okay, well, I didn't want to blow out a local break. Why don't we come out of the local break and do a weather update? How about that? All right, so for those of you watching at home, I'm going to get you over to the radar here so you can see it. This is a thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect until 1/4 midnight, so for 45 minutes. And it does include the rest of Lincoln County and into St. Charles County and over into Calhoun County and the western portions of Jersey County. And this will be for the area of surging winds and maybe some small hail. But it looks like it's the surging winds that will be our problem here. So, does include the metro area. So, interesting. the outflow boundary is getting a little ahead of the main line of storms, which I see that in the Herman area, and that signifies a weakening trend. And so, you know, we were seeing that a little bit earlier, but now we've got this surge coming down out of Pike County through Lincoln County and through Calhoun County that's pressing towards St. Charles County. Of course, you already have a thunderstorm over St. Charles County. That one's not severe, but it's there. And so in about 10 seconds, we're going to pop on TV and give everybody at home who's watching an update. Five on your side and storm alert tonight, as you've seen across the bottom of your screen. A new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of the metro area. This does include St. Charles County up into Lincoln County, parts of Jersey County, especially western portions of Jersey County, and into Calhoun County. This is in addition to the warning that's out in effect for Warren, parts of Franklin, and Gasconade County. This entire area of thunderstorms pressing on to the south and to the southeast right now. Gusty winds are the main threat. There is some hail, but it's mainly the stronger winds, and those stronger winds are on the leading edge of the thunderstorm. They will be pressing in and across parts of southern portions of Lincoln County as well as into St. Charles County over the course of the next hour or so. That includes Troy, Moscow Mills, Old Monroe, through St. Paul, which, by the way, you just had some small hail up to the size of a dime, which isn't severe but strong in St. Paul. A little after midnight in O'Fallon. And if they hold together, they'll be reaching southern portions of St. Charles County and over into northern portions of St. Louis County after 12:15. So again, at this point, severe thunderstorm warning, main threat being gusty winds 50 to 60 miles per hour along the line and coming at us from the north and the northwest, sliding across Lincoln County into Calhoun County and pressing towards the metro area. So warnings are in effect all along the Missouri River and then back through St. Charles, not including St. Louis County just yet. This is until 12:15. Main threat, again, will be from the heavy rain, a lot of lightning, noisy storms they are, and also the potential that we'll see some of those 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We're staying in storm alert. You can find us on the KSDK Facebook page and on the KSDK YouTube page, where we'll continue our weather coverage. All righty then, so we're back. And, you know, again, I mentioned the storm mergers here. Couple of things that just happened. First of all, they trimmed out the southern part of the storm. With this part of the storm seemingly weakening here, they've trimmed out much of Gasconade County from the severe thunderstorm warning and also trimmed out the area of the southern two-thirds, really, of Franklin County that was in the warning. So it's really just along the Missouri River right now. And then, speaking of the Missouri River, we'll follow that into St. Charles, St. Louis County line here, and then points north and west as this part of the surge now is working its way south. And it's along this surge, which is just north of Troy over towards Hardin, where we are looking right now at those 50 to perhaps 60 mile per hour winds trying to surge on to the south. And there's some wave action in there, so there's a potential we could, again, spin up a brief tornado as we go through the evening hours for the next hour or two. But one would think at this juncture that the main threat continues to be from damaging winds. Now, with that in mind, though, we still show you that we have the tornado watch in effect for the St. Louis metro area and points on to the south and just to the east. That's going to be in effect until 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. We were looking just a little bit earlier at the airport, and here again is the airport. And we kind of look for the clouds and the lightning. We know we've got the clouds, but the lightning and just how impressive is it in the areas out to our west. So let me pop that back on while we get another radar update here for you. So just kind of consolidating the warnings. Montgomery County, Warren County, Lincoln County, St. Charles County, Calhoun County, western portions of Jersey County, western Jerseyville, and then extreme northwestern portions of Franklin County from about Washington out towards Herman. That's your other little chunk there that includes Gasconade County. So that's where the warnings are. You see all the lightning in the clouds there as you look at the live picture from Lambert. So here's our warning areas. There's the storms, the line of the storms. What we're kind of looking at here is the area showing up here where it's kind of bowing out just a little bit. That would be indicative of some gusty winds. Also going to watch this notching area in here for the potential of some rotation. Although I don't see anything that sounds any alarms to me at this point, but certainly worth watching. Just kind of looking at some of the radar indicated winds here. You know, they're still 50 to 60 miles per hour. So power is out in Hawk Point now. So estimated winds around 50 miles per hour. Columbia had about a 50 mile per hour wind gust. So, you know, we have the storms. They could be a lot worse than they are. Could be a lot worse than they are. So the best thing for you to do here this evening, I mean, honestly, just stay inside. Pretty easy. Most of us are right now. I got 14 customers out in Lincoln County, 115 out in St. Charles County, still 757 in St. Louis County. Warren County has 18 customers out. Pike County has 35. Let me go see if we can get some information from our friends on the Illinois side. So I would think you might, well, Calhoun County only has 1 out, Greene County 1 out, Jersey County 6 out. So, you know, no one else has really had any big storms. All right, so I'm looking at the storms right now, looking at the winds field on my computer. Let me share it with you. So if we look at the winds, you can see the areas we're concerned about. You've got this area coming across western portions of Jersey County and through Calhoun County here. Looks like it's south of Hardin. There's some pretty gusty winds in there. Back here through Lincoln County and just north and west of Troy. Now, I am concerned about that little notch there that's just west of Troy. That's could be problematic. It may not be, but it could be. But you're looking at, you're looking at pretty good winds there. I mean, there was a 70 mile per hour. Now, that's up in the clouds, so, there's no guarantee that it's reaching the ground. But we did, as this area just in the last few minutes went through Hawk Point, the power went out. So, there's certainly some gusty winds in there and certainly a potential. So that's why the tornado watch is in effect. And that's why the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect right now, because these storms do have those brighter greens, even the brighter reds that you're seeing here over northwest of Grafton. Those are some pretty strong winds in there. They're 40, 50 miles per hour. So I think that's what we're looking at here. Could there be a brief spin up? Sure. But you're just basically staying inside away from windows and doors. That's what you're going to do. And here you have the radar. These are the numbers out there, the stronger winds that are out into portions out in that Hawk Point area just west of Troy. You got some stronger winds that are up here, around and north of Winfield and over west of Harding, southwest of Harding. The wind gusts, you know, these are squally storms, and I think those wind gusts are going to be, that really is our main problem, and the main focus here through the remainder of the evening is dealing with these wind gusts. And because it's more of a widespread thing that's going to last for maybe 10 or 15, 20 minutes or so, it can cause some additional power outages and tree branches to come down. I don't think we're looking at widespread massive damage here, but I think you can see something. They do have a wind gust in Troy of 48 miles per hour reported. We've had some hail reported with these storms, but the hail has mostly not been large. I say that's with this line of thunderstorms. That one cell that was in St. Louis County between 9 and 10 o'clock, that was tons of hail out between Lindbergh and 270. And some of it was up, you know, egg size, close to tennis ball size. So, you know, 48 mile per hour winds in Troy. That's, you see how it's nudging there and kind of a little spin. Let's slow that down. Let's just see if we've got a little spin there. Well, I guess you could make a case that perhaps there's something spinning there. But by the same token, you know, it doesn't look terrible. So, you know, we've got multiple computers here. I think we're just looking at the gusty winds and the heavy rain. And the good news is the rain seems to keep moving. Now, you know, I want to say, yay, let's keep it going. But as long as we don't train the thunderstorms over the same areas over and over, then we don't deal with, you know, that much of a flash flood threat. But having said that, the potential is certainly there as we go through the evening that we could have some problems. So we do have some reports of trees down around Hawk Point with winds estimated near 60 miles per hour. And I just noticed the Lincoln, Illinois Weather Service office just put up a warning over here for this part of the storm that's over by Taylorville, because it looks like it's surging out just a little bit. Yeah, you can see it surging out. So, you know, we may get a warning over into parts of Montgomery County in Illinois. We'll see. We'll just see how this kind of evolves. If we just back it up an hour and look at the intensities, it seems like the storms were more intense there for a while. And, you know, we've watched them advance on to the southeast. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning for St. Charles County. It's not because of the storm that's in O'Fallon right now or the one that's around Wentzville. That's a separate entity. Probably it did have some small hail with it, probably still does. So that's not, this one's not the severe one. It's the one coming in from the north that has the wind with it. So, you know, that's small hail, that's just run-of-the-mill thing. It's nothing severe. This is the bad boy up here that's producing the strong gusty winds, which look like they're getting into Winfield right now, Rosedale. You know, it's south, the worst of this is south of Hardin and goes down towards Brussels. And you're going to see this, you know, this leading edge here of the strong storm continuing to move on to the south. So as you look at this, and you can see some of these little notches in here, those are things we have to watch. But this is where the surge of wind has been greatest, here and also over here. And that's going to be pushing into the metro area. So we would think we would get some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds with this. Now, I'm going to try to look and see about the outflow here. The storms that are in Lincoln County in particular, really the outflow has not surged out ahead of the storms to cut off the inflow. So, you know, those storms are maintaining their strength right now. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. You're going to stay inside, away from windows and doors, preferably, you know, staying off computers. Now's not a good time to take a bath or a shower. But we'll watch these storms as they roll on through here. The warning, the big chunk of warning here runs until 12:15. That's the one that includes St. Charles County. It includes a good chunk of Calhoun County, western parts of Jersey County and Lincoln County, and into Warren County. And then that area that's a little farther to the southwest, that's a different warning there. So, yeah, and we have reports now of trees down inside the city of Troy. So some trees down inside the city of Troy and some power outages in Lincoln County as well. Hawk Point having a report of that. So you've got these areas where the wind is surging here. And so if we put the winds back on, you can see, you've got the areas where there's brighter green in here. And they are surging in and across the area of Lincoln County. Right in here, you're going to have a surge of wind. Here's another one that's going in towards, it looks like east of Warrenton, maybe towards Wright City. That's another good little surge that's nudging in here. And that's some strong wind that's there. So you've got this batch here of strong winds. You've got the other batch that's up to the north that's going through Troy right now, and then that stretches over towards Winfield, and then going over here, you've got a lot of gnarly looking winds, straight line winds, but gnarly looking nonetheless across Calhoun County, and then just kind of sliding over here into western portions of the Jerseyville area. So, it's enough to bring down some tree branches. It's enough to cause some scattered power outages. And there may be some hail in here up to the size of, say, dimes, but I don't think we're going to get much larger than that on the hail at this point. So these are our storms that we are dealing with. They are creating quite the light show for us tonight north of St. Louis. Let me see if I can get you a picture from our St. Charles Skycam. And we'll see what that looks like. Yeah, so here's the storm. We're looking, this is at Highway 94 and Highway 70. And so from this vantage point, we're looking more or less towards the north. We're looking over towards this area, this part of the storm that's up towards Grafton and back towards Jersey County and Calhoun County, kind of looking north across St. Charles County. So you can see there's quite a fireworks show from Mother Nature out there tonight. This is the area we're looking at that kind of correlates with that camera shot. And you've got the heavy rain, you've got a lot of lightning, and you've got some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. So we've had some reports of some trees down in Lincoln County, some reports of power lines down with that as well. And we'll check on the power outages again for you. Power outages kind of are a sign of how much wind and how much damage there really is. Lincoln County reporting 14 outages, and that's all. Apparently that did not, 1129. So let's see if we can update this. Just click it just a little bit. Gonna update for me or no? So Warren County 18, Lincoln 14. Still nothing really that stands out all that much. So, and that's a good thing because that's, now that is about 20 minutes old. That was the last update on that. It's about 20 minutes ago. So, but the fact that we don't have a lot of power outages being reported, that, even though we do have some scattered power outages, not having a whole bunch of them is a good thing. It's just a sign that maybe the winds aren't that bad. They're strong, but they're not terrible. So we're seeing the storms merge now over Calhoun, St. Charles, and Lincoln counties kind of coming together. This is where we're going to see what really plays out here. If we're going to have much of anything happening, this is the time for the storm when they merge like this that you tend to get potential problems. And I'm looking here and I see just a lot of wind on the radar screen. A lot of wind. We do have some nickel-size hail now falling up in St. Paul. I think that's about as large as it's going to get. In Calhoun County, we have some wind damage, some trees down near Michael in Calhoun County from the Calhoun County Sheriff. So you're going to have some scattered power outages. And it looks like they've bumped up the winds a little bit for this storm to go 60 to 70 miles per hour. So, and hopefully this will be the last hurrah of that. Now, as I look, you watch this moving through Lincoln County and in the northern parts of St. Charles County, and I'm kind of scanning over here, looking on the radar, and I still have some pretty impressive wind speeds here, the greatest of which are kind of right along the Quiver River, it looks like. Lincoln, St. Charles County, in that area, back towards Troy, and towards Moscow Mills, I believe. Those are the areas where we're really showing more of the strong winds here. Old Monroe, it looks like. And let's go over here. And then I'm looking up, Otterville, although they're not as strong as they could be. That looks like about 40 miles per hour around Otterville. I think the worst of it is really right along the Quiver River and then right along the Mississippi River and the Illinois River. I think when you're in that open area, or relatively open area along the rivers, you've got bluffs around them, you kind of get some of that funneling of the air, and you end up with a nice good wind gust. So these are coming into the metro area right now. A lot of wind with them, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. We had some hail up to dime size, nickel size with this batch of storms. And I say that because I know some of you in St. Louis County are saying, whoa, buddy, where were you a couple hours ago? Yeah, between 9 and 10 o'clock, western St. Charles County or western St. Louis County, that storm that came out of St. Charles County went in, really strengthened as it approached the airport, and then just dumped the hail from Bridgeton down through Maryland Heights, down through Creve Coeur, Overland, all the way down. Kind of fell apart as it was moving into Kirkwood, started to lose that hail core, which was a good thing. Some damage reported up at Blackjack Marina and Mark Twain Lake. That's up in Rawls County. So that's north, but you might have some friends up at Mark Twain Lake. No reported injuries up there. That's good news. Mark Twain Lake, not nearly as, how shall we say, commercialized, if you will, as Lake of the Ozarks and Osage Beach in that area. So these storms are pushing out of Lincoln County into St. Charles County. The strongest winds seem to be right now kind of along the Quiver River and along the Mississippi River. And so, we're still seeing, around 60 mile per hour winds showing up here on the radar screen, maybe close to 70 at times. And so I think this is going to be the next half hour, 45 minutes or so will be probably the worst of it for most of the metro area. And then I think we'll see a trend towards weakening once these storms get a little farther southeast of St. Louis, because as they go farther east into Illinois, you're not looking at quite the amount of instability there. So, you know, this is a broad perspective here, and I'm going to have to add another radar perspective so that we can see what's going on out west. You know, whoa, look at that. There's a whole nother batch of stuff that's going on. This that's out here, Omaha, in that area, back towards Lincoln. This business will be our stuff for about daybreak tomorrow. And by then, it should have weakened considerably. So we won't be stressing about that. But we can stress about this right now, because here's the here and now. And a lot of lightning with this. You see all those flashes of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes in there. And that's just within the last 30 minutes or so. It's just a huge amount of lightning, which indicates at least some smaller hail. Still looking at the winds gusting in here. Still pulling in, you know, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds pretty easily. And I would say that, you know, some of this is going to be pushing down towards the marinas here in St. Charles County along the Mississippi River. So, you know, and they are not the most wind-friendly areas. So hopefully everybody's in for the evening. We do have an aerial flood advisory now for Lincoln, Pike, Calhoun, Greene counties. So Lincoln and Pike in Missouri, Calhoun and Greene in Illinois. That's going to go until 3 a.m. So we have just a few more minutes here on the one warning. Let's see what we've done with that other warning. 12:15 for everything at this point. Unless they get extended, these warnings are going until 12:15. And I think there's a 50-50 chance that they might get extended as I'm looking at the panels here. Let's get 2 panels. Because we still have a fair amount of wind with these storms. 50 to 60 miles per hour on the wind gusts. The outflow boundary, the storms are merging here over St. Charles County right now and over Calhoun County and kind of into Jersey County as well. So now we're going to go with a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include the rest of the metro or much of the metro area. And this new warning includes the city of St. Louis. So let's get this on for you. Sean, are you in there by chance? Okay, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll need to take advantage of any opportunity to break in, just briefly. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to run for the next hour until 1 a.m. It includes a good chunk of Franklin County, the central and northern portions of Jefferson County, western portions of Madison County in Illinois, much of St. Charles County, St. Louis County, and the city of St. Louis. Severe thunderstorm warning, a tornado possible with this. Winds 60 to 70 miles per hour, which may be a little on the high end, but nonetheless, that's what we have, as this is a pretty gnarly looking complex of thunderstorms coming at us right now from the north. So that's the big warning that we have right now. I'm going to save that. Okay. All right, so, and I'll go back. Well, you know what? And then let's, so we're getting ready, we're going to cut in here in just a sec, and we will pop on TV to let you know, let everybody else know what's going on. And as we make that transition, show these storms sliding in. Okay. All right, and we'll pull that there. And then we're going to stop that to the now. And let's see. Well, Highway J in Lincoln County. There's a tree onto an occupied house. That's not a good sign. So we're going to have these gusty winds. And we're going to pull this on out. Okay, so let's put that. And we're going to put that here. All right. So there you go. So here's our line of thunderstorms, folks, coming into the metro area right now. Severe thunderstorm warning, city of St. Louis County. Jefferson County, you still got about a half an hour or so, maybe 40 minutes before the stronger winds will get into the northern part of the county. Washington County, those storms are pushing in. Still severe thunderstorm warnings into Warren County and Lincoln County. And all of this is sliding towards the southeast and towards the south-southeast and going to produce gusty winds. And I think we're going to get sporadic gusts here of 60 to 70 miles per hour. 50-mile-per-hour winds being reported by the amateur radio operators out in the Wentzville area right now. So we are ongoing with our coverage tonight. We are in storm alert in St. Louis. 5 on your side. Sean, any chance we're going to go? So we'll see. Those winds right now look to be surging here on the north side of O'Fallon. Seeing some, what is that? That's close to 60, 65 miles per hour. I think probably the strongest winds are going to be along right now, anyway, along 70 and just north of 70. Along 70 and just north of 70 in St. Charles County. That's where we're showing the strongest winds right now. And you're going to see surges along this line as we go through the rest of the evening. So we're in storm alert, and we're staying in storm alert. And we're getting ready to get on TV, give everybody else an update. And 5 on your side in storm alert. We have new severe thunderstorm warning now encompassing much of the metro area. Gusts 50 to 65 miles per hour, maybe even a few stronger gusts than that. Right now it looks like the gusts are concentrated in St. Charles County, southern portions of Lincoln County, over into and across the river into Calhoun County, generally along and north of 70 at this moment. So the severe thunderstorm warning, this new one, encompasses a pretty large area. Parts of Franklin County, Jefferson County, Madison County in Illinois, St. Charles County, St. Louis County, and the city of St. Louis. It includes all of the city of St. Louis, all of St. Louis County, and all of St. Charles County under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. This area where we're seeing the strongest wind gusts surging along will be moving in towards Darden Prairie in the next 5 minutes or so, into Cottleville in the next 7 to 10 minutes. Des Peres should see this action around 12:40 or so, and into St. Louis about 12:45. Melville and Arnold, you get in on the action as we approach 1 o'clock. We're thinking the storms may at least try to weaken a little bit by that point. But the bottom line is this is a big surging line of thunderstorms pressing southeast across the St. Louis area. Damaging winds are the main threat, although an isolated tornado can't be ruled out. And a tornado watch does continue for the St. Louis area until 2 a.m. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 1 o'clock. And so 1 o'clock is what we will look at with this severe thunderstorm warning. Now, as we go in a little bit closer for you here, I just want you to know we're interrupting commercials, not your programming tonight. But we are on the KSDK YouTube channel and also on KSDK's Facebook channel. Here's the line of storms that really the worst of it looks like it's from O'Fallon back towards Wentzville and then going up Highway 61 and up Highway 79 into Lincoln County. We have had reports from Lincoln County of some trees and branches down, scattered power outages there. Highway J in Lincoln County, a tree onto a house. No reports of any injuries, though. And then back in Hawk Point, we've had some power outages, wind gusts to near 50 miles per hour or so up in and around the Lincoln County area. So these storms are strong. we're going to see periodic winds that surge out along this line of thunderstorms that range from 50 to maybe 60, 70 miles per hour. And so that's why the National Weather Service has such a broad, wide area under this severe thunderstorm warning as these storms continue to advance onto the southeast. And some of the storms actually merging across St. Charles County. So we're keeping our eye on this line of thunderstorms, damaging winds, the main threat, a lot of lightning with these storms as they slide onto the south and east. Stay inside, away from windows and doors, and away from your water sources. We will keep you updated as these storms roll through the metro area, again on the KSDK Facebook page. And on YouTube too. So we are clear from TV. Sean, just stand by because I do see some circulations in here. So I didn't want to get all excited about that because you never know. But there is certainly the potential that we could have, you know, something kind of surge out and spin up here as we go through the next half hour. It's not a lock, it's not a guarantee, but we are showing wind speeds not too far off the ground here, you know, close to 60, 65 miles per hour. And where is that? That is, oh, that's interesting. You know, just where it looks like a storm merger there. Okay. So these storms, you know, they're certainly packing a punch over St. Charles County right now. Surging to the south. A lot of gusty winds in here, a lot of heavy rain. So that's what we're dealing with over the course of the next hour or so. The severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect in the metro area is going to run until 1 o'clock. So it's a pretty impressive line of thunderstorms that's dropping off to the south and southeast. So, you know, I want you to stay inside away from windows and doors, but by the same token, I want you to let us know what you see when it's safe to let us know what you see. Does that make sense? You know, I don't want anybody to be in danger, but we also like to know kind of if any areas are really seeing, you know, what we think we're seeing. And I'm going to kind of check the power outages. Warren County's bumped up now to 285. Lincoln County's bumped up to 2,600. So that's a big adjustment from what we were looking at before. Those numbers, that's a dramatic rise. St. Charles County's 267. St. Louis County's still about the same as it was. But those are big jumps over the last hour. So that would definitely, especially for Lincoln County. Calhoun County looks like we've got a little jump there. 88 reported out, and that was from a little while ago. But 88 for Calhoun County is kind of, you know, that's a fairly good size number. So we're tracking these storms in and across the St. Louis area. They are just loaded with lightning. As you look right now at our St. Charles Skycam, just gobs of lightning out there right now. I'm going to stop this just for a sec and let me query this storm. Just kind of along Interstate 70. Okay. There's your number of strikes here in the last half hour or 45 minutes or so. 385. So that's a huge number of lightning strikes. Is that a tornado warning? So, Sean, okay, hang on. Let's see. Oh, no, that's not a tornado warning. That was scared myself. But there is a surge heading towards the office. So, and it'll continue right down into the Chesterfield Valley. So, yeah. So that's coming in. No, I think we're good. Yeah, I did after the show. So, we've got these intense thunderstorms rolling in right now across St. Charles County. And really, a lot of the area has thunderstorms. Basically, all along our northern counties, it's been incredibly noisy here. Tremendous light show out there with the lightning. Here's a look from downtown St. Louis, looking back to the west, northwest at these storms. Just a tremendous amount of lightning ongoing with these storms as they're pressing in. So we've got, I was looking at it here just a few minutes ago. The wind speeds up around north of Interstate 70 here in St. Charles County. The wind speeds are showing me, close 65, maybe 70 miles per hour. And it's not very far off the ground. It's a rough night here across parts of St. Charles County with those gusty winds, especially along the north of 70. I think we're going to see the power outages increase in this area. Remember, we just checked a few minutes ago, and there were about 250 or so customers without power in St. Charles County. Lincoln County had jumped up with the wind damage there, and the reports of some trees and power lines down. The wind damage there, has resulted in about 2,600 customers without power in Lincoln County. So that's a sizable amount. So the gusty winds are working down. I'm looking out here in Lake St. Louis and Dardenne Prairie. Some of that out there is showing 55 to 65 miles per hour. It's just a busy, very ugly weather scenario here with these storms rolling through. I think we're going to have a lot of scattered power outages in the metro area. The only good thing I can say about that is this thing looks to come in and out pretty quickly. Here's a look there at the camera. That right now is the live picture from downtown St. Louis. Here's the camera from St. Charles, looking up towards Grafton. And here's the radar pictures of those storms as they continue to barrel down along the Page Avenue extension, 364. Cottleville, Dardenne Prairie, starting to get the heavy rainfall right now. O'Fallon, St. Peter's. Wentzville's had it. Last we heard, Wentzville had about 50 mile per hour winds. So, and we're seeing, Dardenne Prairie. The winds out in Dardenne Prairie are showing 60 to 70 miles per hour just off the ground. I mean, and when we say just off the ground, like 300 feet above the ground. So that's pretty impressive that we've got those winds that strong. So this is where this storm is surging out, and it's coming right towards Cottleville, from Dardenne Prairie to Cottleville to Weldon Spring, Harvester, St. Peter's. The same area that was hit last month with some of those strong storms. Looks like we're going to see a big uptick here in power outages potentially in the next little bit. Let's see, that was last updated at 11:49. So I'm trying to get some new information here. Warren County is now up to about 6,000 customers without power. Lincoln County's at 3,100. St. Charles County is now over 1,000 without power, and that was updated about 4 or 5 minutes ago. Still about 700 in St. Louis. So Warren County has some major outages now, and Lincoln County has some major outages. So those are indications that we are dealing with strong winds whipping across the area right now, and the potential that that is in fact causing power outages. So it's enough to bring down some trees and bring down some power lines. So let me switch something up over here very quickly. Okay, Sean just confirmed that Wentzville, the winds are whipping. So thank you all. I don't always get to see all the comments because I can't have but so many screens open at once. So thank you very much. I'm going to switch over to this. I don't know, did any of you guys talk to yourselves when you're doing multiple things, when you're multitasking, so you can talk yourself through it? So we're going to do this. So while you're looking at the radar screen, we have the severe thunderstorm warning across the area right now. And we will continue with our storm alert here and our coverage on YouTube, on the KSTK YouTube and KSTK Facebook page. These storms surging now across St. Charles County. They will be surging into St. Louis County with the strong winds rolling into the Chesterfield Valley. So it is right now at the National Weather Service office, and they're trying to get an estimate on the wind speeds and if they see any trees down out there. You know, the radar is telling us that the winds are very impressive here across much of St. Charles County, up around the area here in Calhoun County, as well as over towards Grafton. And, you know, I would think a lot of the marinas here in St. Charles County, this is the area we're talking about here with all this bright green. Look at that. That's showing, you know, 64 miles per hour there. That's a 57, 67. And we're not too far off the ground here, to be honest. So, you know, that's a pretty impressive wind signature. And they're estimating 60 miles per hour on the wind speeds at the National Weather Service office. And so, which sounds logical and pretty reasonable. So the severe thunderstorm warning, it's in effect for a reason. Warren County has a large number of outages, over 5,000 customers without power in Warren County. That number has grown in Lincoln County as well, over 3,000 customers there. It is growing now in St. Charles County as the wind-whipped rain is moving through, and that stretches over into parts of Jersey and Madison County, starting to get closer to Alton right now. As you look up towards Grafton, you're really getting some gusty winds and a lot of torrential rain. And now that stormy weather is about to cross over the Missouri River and into a good chunk of the St. Louis metro area, highly populated area, about to get some stronger winds. Hey, Sean, does a national break follow this local break? Okay. Okay, why don't we, before we go back to him, just do a quick update? Can we do that? Okay, and I'll keep it short. So, yeah, 1 o'clock, we'll have this severe thunderstorm warning until 1 o'clock. Get back over here, and I'll minimize this, and then I'll go back and see if I get any more. Windy at Jungerman in 364. Crazy winds out in New Melly, Wentzville. Okay. Power out again. Okay. Look at the lightning, boy. Whew. Okay, we're getting ready to get on the air here. And 5 on your side continues in storm alert tonight. I want to get you updated on these storms now. In St. Charles County, reports of winds gusting around 60 miles per hour. The scattered power outages are increasing now in St. Charles County. We have a large number of folks in Warren County and Lincoln County without power. And now this surge is pressing into St. Louis County. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect now for all of St. Louis County, the city of St. Louis. It continues for much of St. Charles County, into Franklin County, the southeast corner of Warren County, and over into Madison, southern portions of Calhoun, and southern portions of Jersey counties in Illinois. The greatest threat from these storms appears to be along the Mississippi and Missouri rivers right now, and will be sliding across the core of the metro area, and you can expect 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. You can also expect some hail and some torrential rain and a tremendous amount of lightning, but you can also expect to see a continuing increase in the number of folks without power as we work our way through the next hour or so. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for much of the metro area through 1 o'clock in the morning. Right now, we're looking at about 1,000 customers in St. Charles County that are now without power. That number keeps going up, an indication that these storms mean business. So again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect in and around the metro St. Louis area right now. That severe thunderstorm warning until 1 a.m. You are watching 5 on Your Side. I don't know. The thing is beeping. Yeah, it's the power surge protector thing. Ooh, the patio furniture just flew off the balcony in Cottleville. Yep, that sounds about right. Cassandra wants to know when it's going to hit Illinois. Well, if you're east and south of St. Louis, in about a half an hour or so. That surge of wind now is getting close to the valley. Yeah, 56 knots at St. Charles Airport, so that's going to be over 60 mile per hour winds heading into the metro area right now. So again, a lot of lightning, a lot of torrential rain. We will be looking not only at that, but also as we go through the remainder of the evening here. That's the airport, actually, I guess. There's the airport that just popped up. And yeah, look at all that lightning and the gusty winds. So 56, that's about a 62, 63 mile per hour wind. And the worst of this is stretching around Wildwood and going up into, well, really up towards Bridgeton and then sliding on to the northeast from there. Really, I think you get up towards Grafton. I can only imagine that in Grafton you've got to be looking at some 50 or 60 mile per hour winds up there right now, especially on those bluffs, and the torrential rain that's coming with it. So you're getting this big surge now, and that's what we're dealing with, is this surge is pushing across and through the metro area. So St. Charles County, heavy rain, some tree and scattered power outages, so some tree branches are coming down. This is going to be what's going to happen into St. Louis County, and if this thing keeps surging out, it'll happen into the city of St. Louis as well. So we've seen those wind gusts, 56 knots, so that's about 62 miles per hour. So from Wildwood now, far western portions of St. Louis County, and then up through the Chesterfield Valley, up towards Maryland Heights, the Earth City Expressway. Bridgeton's about ready to get it, but it looks like it's really surging out here, approaching Maryland Heights. The Page Avenue extension right now has got to be brutal going across Creve Coeur Park at this point. You're trying to drive on that. Not only the torrential rain, but also the surge in wind that's going along with that. So we're thinking close to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. I'm going to check the power outages again just to see if we're getting updates here. So St. Charles County still at about 1,100. Lincoln County is about 3,100, and you're about 6,000 in Warren County. St. Louis is still at 507. Now that hasn't been updated in the last 15 minutes. So, you know, that's old data, if you will. And the Illinois numbers haven't been updated either. As best I have, Calhoun County had 228 out. But that's an indication to us when you look at those numbers and you look at this area of thunderstorms surging southeast and that big surge of wind right now that's pushing into western portions of St. Charles County, St. Louis County, out of St. Charles County. This is where we are looking at the potential for damage here. And that's what we're going to see as this line advances on to the east and to the southeast. Now, I'm looking at the other airport observations from around the area. Oh, dagnabbit. Okay, back and right here. So, have we had 64 mile per hour wind gusts? Okay, so 64 mile per hour wind gusts. That was at Smart Field. 51 mile per hour wind gusts so far in Chesterfield. So 51 mile per hour wind gusts so far in Chesterfield. So you're going to get pockets. What you get, 52 mile per hour wind gusts back in Washington, Missouri. You get these pockets where you get the strong winds when you have a complex of storms like this, and they tend to surge out. So they are bringing scattered areas of power outages. The wind surge continues just to surge along. You know, there's going to be some greater than 60 mile per hour wind gusts here as these things continue to press onto the east. Alton did not report any gusting winds this past hour, but we'll give it the opportunity to pick something up here in just a little bit. So we have the airport camera here because this is really getting ready to move into Lambert. You can see kind of a shelf cloud there, if you will, really. 60 mile per hour winds reported from O'Fallon. So you're still looking at these strong thunderstorms and strong winds pressing in and across the region. Let's see if we've got anything on our Main Street St. Charles camera, if it's showing. Well, you can kind of see the wind-whipped rain there. Don't see the trees moving that much, but you can see that there's some wind-whipped rain there in St. Charles. Here's another view from St. Charles. And the camera's bouncing a little bit here in the wind, and you can see how it is being driven by the rain. The wind is being driven by the rain there, or the rain's being driven by the wind. So we look at the area of thunderstorms pressing in here, and now it's already approaching 270. That's how fast this surge is. And this surge is jumping out ahead of that. So 60 mile per hour winds along this line, not at all uncommon. And I think we're looking at probably some of the strongest winds trying to push into northern portions of St. Louis County and into the far eastern portions of St. Charles County. And it's in pockets. It comes in pockets where you see these strong winds surging on in. And we look at this, you know, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and for good reason, because this surge is really pushing through. And so 50 to 60 mile per hour winds easily across a good chunk of the area. Hopefully you're inside, away from the windows and doors. It's also quite the light show that we're seeing as these storms are pressing in. This line is pressing into the metro area. You're getting the surge, especially here in the Chesterfield Valley up towards Earth City and Maryland Heights. Surge, a push of strong winds there. And we know we've had scattered power outages quite a bit back in Warren County. The number's gone up, you know, nearly 6,000 customers in Warren County, over 3,000 customers in Lincoln County. St. Charles County's numbers are going up in terms of power outages. Some of it may not be a whole tree, but it could be branches that are down on the power lines. And it's one of those things where, like we saw last month when the storms came through, some of our trees have been weakened, and you've got branches that were hanging up there that are ready to come down but haven't yet. And this may be the thing that does it. So St. Louis County, severe thunderstorm warning into Franklin County, and eventually that gets into the city of St. Louis in the next half hour or so. Over here in the western portions of Madison County, down into northern Jefferson County. This area is about to, you start to get some gusty winds here as you go out towards Pacific now and out towards Eureka. It'll cross over the Merrimack River here in the next 15 or 20 minutes. So we're getting multiple reports of trees and lines down in St. Charles County right now. So the damage is mounting. Sean, is there a way we can pop back on TV?
You want to still do it with that?
Well, unless you can turn it off.
It's not mute, and I'm trying to get a hold of managers, but
Okay.
yeah, we can go on.
Okay. Okay. So, and I'll check the numbers here. I guess if I pull the power plug on the power backup thing, it's not a good thing. So no new information on that power outage map. And let's go over here and see. Looks like they're updating them. They're not updating them as fast as they were. Yeah, let's come out of it. Okay. All right, so our severe thunderstorm warning, with good reason, still in effect here. A lot of reports of trees down and power lines down, that sort of thing in St. Charles County. Reports are really starting to come in. So, okay. All right, so I'm just going to look here and see if I have any new info. How am I doing there? Yeah, okay, so no new info there. Let's see how St. Louis Lambert is doing with the winds. They should start gusting here shortly. Right now they're gusting to about 20. Okay. All right. Whoops. So 64 miles per hour, 53 miles per hour now, the latest gusts out there at Spirit. All right, we'll put this back up. 5 on your side continues in storm alert tonight as a severe thunderstorm complex line here is moving through the area. It's producing damaging winds as expected, along with torrential rain and quite a fireworks show from Mother Nature. Numerous reports of power outages. Now we're getting a lot of reports out of St. Charles County of tree branches down, power lines down, and the number of outages will increase there. Lincoln County and Warren County, between the two, about 8,000, 9,000 power outages. Those numbers will grow. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for St. Louis County into Jefferson County and the city of St. Louis until 1 a.m. You're watching 5 on your side. All right. So we are continuing to track these storms, and as you see right now, this area is working its way right through the metro area, really surging out here across the 270 corridor from 70 south towards 4064. So I'm thinking the gusty winds and the intense winds are approaching now 170. They're approaching 44, but it really looks like you've got some of the strongest winds approaching Kirkwood right now. Frontenac, localized, yeah, that's right where I was looking at. A localized surge in and around the Frontenac area right now. It's interesting, I'm looking at it on two different screens and then go over and check my NWS chat here with the National Weather Service folks, and they're like, oh yeah, there's a surge near Frontenac. Yeah, I see that. And you do too, because there it is, coming in right along Highway 4064. That's going to come right on downtown. It's entirely possible this is going to really create some serious power outages across the metro area, because this is a fairly good-sized surge that's coming right down a major thoroughfare. It is going to drop some more tree branches, which means we're going to drop some more power lines, and then we're going to see more power outages. And then we have the torrential rain and all the lightning. Now, I know Ameren had its crews on standby because they were anticipating this tonight. So the crews are pretty much ready to go. They have all the equipment stockpiled, and they'll be able to send people out. But whenever you have a situation, when you're looking at, surges of wind that knock down trees and branches and power lines and that sort of thing, you basically, you can't just, if you've got to string new lines and you've got to put the pieces back together, you can't just up and do that in short order. So it's, it's definitely a process that will take some time before the power gets back on. The good news that we have for the next couple of days is that we're not anticipating a lot of really hot weather the next couple of days. We're still unsettled here on Saturday. We're still unsettled into Sunday, but we're not going to look at excessive heat or anything like that, which that's a good thing. So as we look out now at the airports, there's your airport camera with the winds and the rain howling in right now. Here's a live look from downtown at what that looks like as that's pressing in. Let me see what else we have. So here's from 100 above the park. And, we got a light show going off to the north and west, but right now it's relatively quiet there. So, here comes the wind, here comes the rain. Severe thunderstorm warning probably is going to get extended. If you're off to the east and southeast of St. Louis, St. Clair County into the rest of Madison County, I think we may get an extension on the area of this warning here as we go, really probably within the next 10 or 15 minutes, either northern portions of Monroe County. It really looks like it's surging out here. And so as it does so, those gusty winds really pick up and increase, and so do the power outages. Let's see if we've got a new number here. We know in St. Charles County, oh boy, did we get a new number. So now we just jumped up to 4,700 customers without power in St. Charles County. So that was a quick jump there. With a new number. Franklin County now with 765. We're up to about almost 8,000 in Warren County, 3,500 in Lincoln County. So let's see, 10, 11, and we're about 16,000 customers without power in our area now. So we do have this severe thunderstorm warning. It includes St. Louis and the city of St. Louis. Right now, the strongest winds out in West St. Louis County, they are approaching Clayton. They are approaching Plaza Frontenac. Actually, they're already at Plaza Frontenac. They're approaching the Galleria, approaching Brentwood. We're going to see those localized winds into Richmond Heights, into Shrewsbury, into the BJC complex, WashU, SLU. We'll be looking at all of that. And then they're going to cross the river. This surge is going to come into St. Louis here over the course of the next 10 or 15 minutes. So the severe thunderstorm warning set to go until 1 o'clock. I would imagine we're going to get a downstream warning here pretty quickly. So.
It's your VMix computer.
Oh, great.
Jeff Bailey says when you have time, we can power it down and plug everything into the wall directly, but then you have to power everything back up and relaunch it.
Okay, well, we'll just stay, since this is ongoing right now, we'll just have to stay with it.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, when your power supply goes ballistic, so this surge of wind is pushing into Clayton right now. I want to go to back to the 100 above the park camera and see. Let me see what. Am I focused on the right spot? I'm going to find out real fast. Okay, there we go. Wow, look at that. So this is going to show us, this is 100 above the park coming in. And, you know, you got a light show going on out here. Definitely have a light show going on. We'll watch that as the storm gets closer because it's coming closer to Forest Park right now. So I think we're going to get a new warning here. We do have an aerial flood advisory. Power is out in Kirkwood. So the strongest winds are coming in now towards Clayton. Those strong winds are pushing in. And Sean, we'll need to go again here in a minute. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that back. You know, they're really coming in towards Clayton and Forest Park, Maplewood. I think we're going to have these areas now where these winds are coming into. So what we know is we have a lot of trees. These are older, well-established neighborhoods here. A lot of trees. You know, they've tried to trim the trees. They've done a fair amount of trimming of the trees. And you still can't get out of the power outages. And I think we've seen that out in St. Charles County as well. So, you know, the power outage numbers are going up and will continue to go up here as we head through the next hour or so. And as these storms continue to roll on through the metro St. Louis area. Oh, great, okay. So, you know, I'm hopeful that this will be, you know, after this blows out and bulges out here, that we may be able to get, kind of get this to ease up and kind of weaken a little bit, but I can't guarantee that. So now we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning that's basically the extension of, basically an extension, good Lord, of what we've got now. So 61, yes. No, I want to go on and I'm going to stay on. Yes, I'm going to stay on until I say I'm not going to stay on. Well, 5 on your side, still in storm alert tonight. We've been with you throughout the evening on Facebook and on our KSDK 5 on your side YouTube page. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now for the entire metro area. The storms are rolling through St. Louis County into the city of St. Louis, and we have a new warning that has now been extended across the river to include much of the central and southern portions of Madison County, all of St. Clair County, the northern portions of Monroe County, as well as western portions of Clinton and Washington counties. Here's where the worst of it seems to be right now in St. Louis County proper. Looks like they just had a gust out at Lambert. Let me check on this, of close to 70 miles per hour as this storm is rolling on through. We've had consistent 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts being reported with these storms as they are sliding through the St. Louis area. So it's not uncommon for us to end up seeing a 65, 70 mile per hour wind gust. So that gust at Lambert, 61 knots. So that's going to be close to 70 miles per hour. Maybe not quite, but awfully close. Close enough where we're continuing to see the power go out. There's a lot of cloud to ground lightning with these storms. In addition to the strong winds, which are the main threat, there's also a torrential amount of rain falling out of these clouds. And so we have aerial flood advisories now for small streams and creeks for St. Louis and the city of St. Louis, both St. Louis County and the city of St. Louis. So if we just kind of take this back a little bit, I'm going to try to track where we think the worst of it is going to be. The leading edge into the city right now, and kind of tracking off towards the east-southeast. Not as much to the south now, it's more to the east that it is. But this is headed towards East St. Louis just after 1 o'clock. It'll be in Belleville about 1:21 and over in O'Fallon about 1:33. This new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 1:45, so about an hour from now. But this is where it seems like the worst of the wind is. It should be in downtown St. Louis, right over Television Plaza here at about 12:55. So what do? Well, you're going to get inside and stay inside. We're going to be away from windows and doors. Now, in this particular situation where there's 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, I really don't think you want to be on the second floor if you don't have to be. If there's a lower floor you can get to, not that there's a tornado, but if we're going to have tree branches and large tree branches falling down, and we're going to have issues like that, where, you know, a big tree branch could come down on your roof and come through your roof, which is a real probability here. You don't want to be, you know, on the upper floor and putting yourself to a point where you can, you know, you're putting yourself in extra danger. So I would definitely go to the lower floor. For sure, staying away from windows and doors, without a doubt, staying away from windows and doors as these strong winds push in and across the St. Louis area right now. Torrential rain occurring with this. Again, Lambert's been gusting close to 70 miles per hour. Getting a report just west of New Melly that several utility poles were snapped near Highway T and Highway D. Wind gusts at Smart Field was 64 miles per hour. We have some trees into buildings down in the Gray Summit area, Highway 100 to the northeast of I-44. Two circulations have developed over the city of St. Louis right now. And so that's another concern, because in this particular situation, you could get, and you can see one of them here. Let's just go in really tight on this particular circulation. It's over Tower Grove Park right now. So this is kind of along 44 into the Tower Grove area, Tower Grove Park, over pretty close to the SLU complex, and just to the north it looks like is this surge of wind, just perhaps north of the Botanical Garden, but really coming up Choteau here and Forest Park Avenue, getting in towards the Forest Park area. This region just inside the city here, getting east, it looks like, of Hampton. So we're inside, you know, Kings Highway, we're inside Hampton, pretty close to Vandeventer and 44. There's the potential that we have some rotation here that could spin up into a tornado. Now that's in addition to the fact, and there's another circulation showing up here over North City along Interstate 70 here in North St. Louis. There's a potential you could get a spin up out of this too, but we also have widespread 50 to 70 mile per hour winds, which is going to down some tree branches and certainly down more power lines. Ameren is reporting 28,000 customers without power in the St. Louis area as of a few minutes ago, okay? So that includes Ameren's service area. There are other areas serviced by other providers, specifically the co-ops, that also are reporting power outages. So we're getting a lot of reports now of the trees and power lines down, power outages, and 50 to 70 mile per hour winds as this line of storms is coming into and across the entire metro St. Louis area. So that other circulation right now is approaching the construction of the new soccer stadium and Union Station. That's where we have a circulation showing up. So they will continue to monitor these. You know, there's no reports of a tornado. But anytime you've got these circulations, and in a situation like this where you have winds bulging out and widespread damaging winds outside of that, you know, it would be hard for us to literally at night tell the difference between the damage. You know, it's all the same right now. You want to be inside, away from the windows and the doors, and preferably you do want to be on a lower floor if that's possible. Just because, I mean, we've had some trees come down on buildings, and we've had some tree branches come down on buildings. So it just makes sense that you want to put yourself as far away from all of that wind and the potential for stuff falling out of the sky as possible. Now, this is going to cross over the river into Madison and St. Clair counties, and it's heading southeast across northern Jefferson County too. Since we had some reports in Gray Summit, looking back here down into the northern parts of Jefferson County along Highway 30, Highway 21, I don't see the wind being quite as strong perhaps there, but I still see some wind gusts in there that are running 50 to 60 miles per hour. And as you know, you get down into Jefferson County, you're getting into really hilly terrain, a lot more trees, and you have the potential, you know, for additional problems with those trees and branches coming down and power lines coming down. So the number of power outages going up, the number of reports of severe weather also increasing here tonight. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. You're looking at the Ameren power outage map right now. And a lot of this is concentrated from around St. Louis back into St. Charles County and then back across parts of Lincoln and Warren counties. We're looking at quite a few outages there. And Ameren does have crews. They said they had them on standby and ready to go, knowing that this potential existed overnight. The good news that we have for you is that this is not followed by excessive heat tomorrow. We will still be in an unsettled weather pattern, so lots of clouds. So we will not be looking at oppressive heat if you are without power for longer than 24 hours. And for some of us, I think that's going to end up being the reality, much like we saw last month when the storms came through the metro area. So still showing some circulations here right over downtown St. Louis. So there's the potential you could have a brief tornado out of this, but the overall flavor of this is strong winds, and that'll bring down some tree branches and some power lines, and this is pushing into Madison and St. Clair counties in Illinois. The worst part of this storm, as best we can tell, is moving towards the east-southeast, and the biggest surge of what we believe to be the strongest winds is pushing through downtown St. Louis and the Arch grounds right now. You can see some of the winds in the foreground there on your screen. It will be across the river and into Caseyville in about 10 to 15 minutes. It'll be in Belleville in about 20 minutes, in Mascoutah in about 30, 35 minutes, and eventually over towards western portions of Clinton and western portions of Washington counties in Illinois. So these thunderstorms are packing a punch. They have a tremendous amount of wind, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning that is extensive across the region, and they are continuing to move off to the east very quickly. And again, we continue to see some little nubs in here and some circulations, one near Dupont, one near Sauget. You kind of see those little nubbies on there. So straight line winds and maybe some brief circulations in there, but the bottom line is we are going to look at a significant number of power outages. I think the number of power outages will be increasing. I'm going to go back, and I'm looking while you watch these storms rolling on through. I'll show you the wind, and let me just save that for, I'm going to show you the wind here. And you can see those bright colors. And I'll just, here as we go down to the south, that's showing me 50 miles per hour. Down towards Eureka, that's showing 54. Now down here towards Cedar Hill, don't be alarmed by this, showing 62. You got some brighter colors down here. That's because your radar beam is also a little bit higher there. Okay, but crossing over the river, there's 50 to 60 mile per hour winds crossing over the river right now in St. Louis. So those brighter colors indicating the strong winds with this storm, and they are surging out. The surge now from downtown St. Louis south into Jefferson County and down into parts of Franklin County. Gusty winds with these storms as they are sliding through the area right now. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the St. Louis metro area. These winds will subside eventually as the storm continues to push off towards the east and to the southeast, this whole area. And I think once this is through, our threat is over. But we've already had the damage done. And so therein lies the problem. Power outages by county. Lincoln County is at about 3,500 customers without power. Warren County is at 9,700 customers without power. St. Charles County is nearly 9,000 customers without power. Franklin County is pushing 1,000. St. Louis County, last check, at about 1,250, 2,550. So those are the numbers that we have. It's not all Ameren customers. In fact, as you go out into Warren County, Ameren has about 3,700 customers without power. Quiver River's got 59, almost 6,000 customers, 5,900, almost 6,000 customers in Warren County without power. So we're getting reports, quite a few reports of the trees down, power lines down. These scattered power outages are not something you fix in the short term. I mean, the reality is it's going to take a while to isolate the power lines and the problems. So as you watch this evening, just know that we are tracking an area of strong winds. Embedded within those areas are little, if you will, bursts of wind. And at times, you'll get some 60 mile per hour wind gusts with that. And as we're looking downtown right now, you can see those gusty winds. You see the trees in the foreground moving around and a tremendous amount of rain. We also have a flood advisory, an urban and small stream flood advisory for much of the area because this is putting down heavy rain on short order and it doesn't drain well. So because of that, you know, it is what it is. We're stuck with this scenario playing out right now as these storms are pressing into Metro St. Louis, Metro East, through Cahokia Heights, heading towards basically Caseyville and Collinsville. I think the worst of it's probably going to be as you go out of Madison County and more into St. Clair County, and then heading down into the northern portions of Monroe County here, Columbia. You're going to get into those gusty winds. You're already in the gusty winds from Arnold to Imperial. Strong winds now across the northern half of Jefferson County. Again, areas with more trees, more subject to having the tree branches come down and additional power outages. So this new severe thunderstorm warning that does include the areas east and southeast of St. Louis, it includes the city of St. Louis as well, is in effect until 1:45 this morning. The official wind gust report from Lambert, St. Louis Lambert International Airport, wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour winds have been pretty common with this. As you well know, we are dealing with numerous power outages. So we have the power outages across the area. Kirkwood has power outages too. You know, the last report we got from Ameren was their total was 28,000. But, you know, Quiver River has several thousand customers without power back into parts of St. Charles County and Warren County and into Lincoln County as well. So it's just a pretty big mess out there with this heavy rain, these strong winds. Severe thunderstorm warning continuing now from St. Louis, southern central portions of Madison County in Illinois, over into the western portions, I think, of Clinton County and Washington County, over towards the Kaskaskia River. Technically, I think the southwest corner, it looks like, of Bond County is in there. But odds are you're not going to have the impact there that I think we'll see as we go a little farther south. So this area really it's kind of focused along Interstate 64 at this point, sliding east out of St. Louis with the strongest winds right now. And these storms continue to move on to the east and are doing so at a pretty good clip now. And you can see some of these stronger winds indicated by the brighter red shadings here from St. Louis and then down to the south into Jefferson County. Once again, with Lambert reporting that 70-mile-per-hour wind, that may have been the strongest wind we have seen. Certainly is the strongest report. I think a Smart Field up in North St. Charles County had a 64-mile-per-hour gust. I want to say 53 was the highest I saw out of Spirit, but I am not positive on that, but I will look very quickly just to see. It looks like 53 was the highest out of Spirit. So, but that's still enough to bring down some trees or bring down some power lines or branches or whatever and cause power outages. And remember, last month we had those strong storms, and I think that weakened some trees too. And so you've got weakened tree branches that maybe aren't able to hold up to the intense winds that we're seeing tonight. So here on a Doppler radar, the rain is tracking through downtown St. Louis, a drenching flooding rain right now. So we're getting some small stream and urban flooding. And we're not going to have a massive flash flood because this thing is continuing to move. That's one good thing. But it is moving off to the east. Strong winds. Really not much hail this go round, but this has been a double whammy for West St. Louis County. You had the hail earlier this evening, 9 o'clock to about 10 o'clock, stretching from around the airport down towards Des Peres. It kind of let up before it got to before it got into Kirkwood with the largest of hail, but there were some spots with egg-sized to maybe tennis ball-size hail out in West St. Louis County. So some of you will be getting a new roof from that. Hopefully it's not leaking with this batch of storms that's pushing through. So as this line of storms bows out, as we've been advertising all day, our main threat would be from the gusty winds, and that seems to be what has materialized tonight, as we are still looking at 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Ham radio operators are reporting a large limb blocking the road at Dorset west of Lindbergh. So, we know there's tree limbs down, we know there are scattered power outages, and we know this is ongoing. And you may be waking up tonight, you may have been asleep for a while and are waking up to the sound of thunder, the sound of gusty winds, the sound of stuff rattling your windows. We've heard, there's been some debris blown around with trees and the branches coming down and the number of power outages. So, we thought we'd just kind of stick with you until these storms clear the most populated areas, since this is happening late at night in the middle of the night, and you would be concerned about it. Now, there is still a tornado watch. In addition to the severe thunderstorm warning, and I really think that this is the main show. What you're seeing right now is the main show. I'll broaden this out quite a bit for you, and we'll put it into motion. You can see this clump of thunderstorms literally bowing out across St. Louis, and it's with those surges in the line that we see the strong, damaging winds. So this continues to slide through the metro area, and yes, there are some more storms back here north of Columbia that are sliding southeast, and so we may have to deal with some of those as we head through the remainder of the evening. But at this point, this seems to be the main show, and the tornado watch is up until 2 o'clock, this morning now, because we are into Saturday. So it's up for another hour or so. And it's very possible that south and southeast of St. Louis, it might get locally extended for just a little bit longer. But I think there's going to be an overall trend. I'm hopeful that there's going to be an overall trend of these storms weakening some across the next hour or two. And that's what we would expect as they move south and east into a more unfavorable environment. But the metro area right now, getting pounded. As you see downtown, the winds look like they may have let up a little bit, but just across the river at downtown St. Louis Airport, Parks Airport, 57 knots, so that's about 63, 64 miles per hour on a wind gust there. Try to look at some of these other reports. Tree reported down on Craig Road and Borman Drive. That's in the Maryland Heights area. Of course, we said earlier, Gray Summit, Franklin County, a couple of reports of trees into buildings off Highway 100 near Gray Summit. We don't have any more details on that. Estimated winds around the central west end of 60 miles per hour. And of course, everything earlier this evening, about an hour ago, Lambert reported that 70 mile per hour wind gust. And so that'll get your attention, and that will cause power outages, and those numbers are expected to increase here as we head through the next hour or two. You're probably going to see these power outage numbers take a big jump up, as what we see is power outages the numbers tend to lag a little bit. But it's our first indication, because these storm reports actually come in after a lot of times we start to see the power outages. And once we start to see the power outages, then we can safely assume that, yeah, these storms are intense and they're producing big problems for us. I don't have an update on the Missouri numbers from my source at this point. Calhoun County's up to 384 in Illinois, and that's about the biggest that we have in Illinois. That was, that's about 20 minutes ago. So that's the latest that we have right now. We're getting quite the fireworks show around St. Louis with these thunderstorms. Tremendous amount of cloudy ground lightning. The strong winds gusting 55 to 65 miles per hour now. And that strong wind is basically moving across southern portions of Madison County through St. Clair County down into Monroe and the northeastern corner of Jefferson County right now. Let's see if we can take a look at, go ahead and flip on our camera from Arnold here. That would be camera 20 for you, Sean. And we'll see what that's looking like down towards Interstate 55. You can see light traffic out there right now, and it is rolling along. And you can see the visibility is reduced, but I don't see tremendous winds there, you know, and it still looks like the power is on at 141 and 55 in Arnold right now. So that's good news. Anytime the power is on, if your power is still on, consider yourself privileged tonight. If you're watching this on your phone because your power went out, that's not a great thing. But we're glad you're here, and you know, we hope you're staying safe inside, away from windows and doors. That's the thing to do as these gusty winds press on to the east and to the southeast. A lot of reports of damage, a lot of reports of power outages, and so yeah, let's see. So these storms are pressing through St. Clair County. I think the worst of it looks to be in St. Clair County and northern portions of Monroe County, big surge there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes a little farther south with a surge that's now coming out of Franklin County and into the southern parts of Jefferson County, down into Washington County, St. Genevieve and St. Francis County. So this is the southwestern part of that line, if you will, that is now showing signs of some gusty winds to around 60, 65 miles per hour, and perhaps even some hail with a couple of these cells in there, especially that one that's to the northwest of Potosi. It looks like that may have a little bit of hail in there right now, off to the west of Old Mines. So that would be our bet for some hail there. And you may have some smaller hail as you get up towards Hillsboro and up towards Festus. I think winds are the main threat still. Overall, winds will be the main threat, but we'll track all of this through the area here. So this is coming through metro area west of St. Louis now. You're just looking at rain, and the winds have settled down considerably as you go back into West St. Louis County and out towards the airport into St. Charles County. You're still getting some of the rain. That's a cooler rain, if you will. The back edge is coming into Pike County, but that's the colder air, if you will, that's surging, forcing this storm to surge out and push out and bow out, and creating the gusty winds that have now come through St. Louis and are crossing the river and are over now approaching Belleville and O'Fallon, Illinois, and will be in Shiloh shortly. Already the winds have picked up down towards Columbia, and we're down towards Waterloo, and we're picking up those stronger winds across much of Jefferson County, and now approaching Potosi. And just northwest of Potosi, the indication there of some larger hail as these storms are trying to push in. So that area around Potosi and back to the west of Old Mines, you're in line to get a bit of hail here in this area, and that may take itself down towards Bonne Terre and Park Hills. We'll see how much of a southeast movement it makes here as it goes off to the southeast. But you know, hail and winds together will not be good. That poses a bigger problem. So back into the metro, we're seeing the winds settle west of St. Louis, but we're also seeing the number of power outages being reported increasing in those areas. So you may be without power right now, and the odds are if you have damage in your neighborhood, and there are many areas that do, we have a large number of tree branches down, reports of some trees down, power lines down. All of that will take some time to get cleaned up. So if you're without power now, the odds of it coming right back on are fairly slim in general. Because if you do have the trees and the power lines down in your neighborhood, it is going to take a bit before the crews can get out and assess and clean up the tree damage and then move on to the business of getting the power restored. And as you well know, after last month's storm, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, when we had the big thunderstorms roll through and all the trees and branches down, the tree companies have been very busy the last couple of weeks just from that. And I think there'll be another surge here of business because we have the surge in the winds that is across the area. One thing I will say right now is you need to stay inside wherever you are and away from windows and doors. Now is not the time to hop on the road. We're getting reports now of water rescues because people are driving into the high water where it's not draining because of, you know, a sewer backup or the drainage systems overflowing. And, you know, it's just a backup of water because the drainage system can't handle it, and you should not drive through flooded waters because that creates, you know, it just creates problems for the first responders having to get out there. So a pretty big line of thunderstorms rolling on through south and east of St. Louis now, the strongest of the storms. The winds have gusted to 70 miles per hour at St. Louis Lambert International Airport a while ago. Those stronger winds have now pressed east and south of St. Louis. So if you're in eastern and southern portions of Madison County, through a good chunk of St. Clair County, western portions of Clinton and Washington counties, down into Monroe County, even into Randolph County, and a good chunk of Jefferson County here, down into Washington, St. Genevieve, and St. Francis County. These are the areas where we are tracking this big surge of wind in these storms. And 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts would seem to be fairly common for this as it continues, this whole line continues to press east and southeast. It was moving more south, and now it's tended to shift a little more to the east-southeast instead of south-southeast. But severe thunderstorm warnings all along this line tonight in the wake of this line of storms. The power outages continue to grow. The reports of tree branches down and power lines down, that continues to grow. A reminder that you want to treat any down line as a potential hot power line. You want to leave it alone, stay away from it. So treat any down line as a hot power, a live wire, and don't mess with it. Because we know we've got a fair number of them around the St. Louis area, back into St. Charles. Lincoln and Warren counties took it on first, and the winds seemed to really surge as those storms were sliding through Lincoln and Warren counties. And so we have, well, dozens of power outages being reported in those areas right now. And it's going to take a while before this all gets cleaned up and picked back up. Now, the back edge of this is up towards Bowling Green. But that's the back edge of the complex, the initial complex. There are still some more thunderstorms developing west of Kirksville, rolling down to the north of Columbia. So we'll have to keep our eyes on those. However, the odds of them getting to St. Louis seem to be fairly slim. They should be focused off to the west of the metro area here. So our focus right now is on this line of strong to severe thunderstorms stretching along Interstate 57 in Illinois from about Effingham down through Kim-Monday to Salem. That's not severe, but they are strong. And then you have the line that is severe, that is working through Madison County and St. Clair County. As it has crossed the river, it's produced more winds around 60 miles per hour. There are embedded circulations in there, indicating the potential that there could be a brief spin-up tornado, and a tornado watch is in effect, but the odds of that are fairly slim. Now, the one thing to note is these storms aren't just a little gust of wind and then it's over. It goes on for a good 10, 15, 20 minutes. We see those thunderstorms churn up the winds, and that continuation of the winds being churned up like that tends to accelerate the potential, if you will, that you're going to have more tree damage. Because, you know, one wind gust is one thing, but you keep doing it over and over, and some of our trees already stressed because of the storms last month, and now you're adding additional strong damaging winds, and you're continuing to do it for a period of time, a good 10 or 15, 20 minutes, and you're getting more power outages and more problems. So south and east of St. Louis is where the focus is shifted now. To the west and north, we're still dealing with rain. We still have some flood advisories in effect from the metro area to the north and west. But really, flooding is not our biggest concern right now. It's the winds, it's the scattered power outages. So if you're along this line of thunderstorms right now, where the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect east and south of St. Louis, basically this entire line, which stretches just north of Potosi, back through Hillsborough, back over towards Valmeyer, into Belleville, and all the way up over towards Alhambra, Illinois. Anywhere along and east of that, the potential still exists for you to get 50 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts. And of course, that means more scattered power outages and more problems. So we're going to be dealing with that for the next hour or two. We do have additional reports coming in of power outages and tree branches down. New Melly area had some out that way. As you get information, if you would tag the National Weather Service, if you have damage in your area, if you send at NWS STL or ST Lewis, I believe is their chat handle, their handle on Twitter, and you can tag me, that's great. We like to see as many reports as we can get, but we also want you to be very safe when you're doing it, because we don't want you to get hurt. And again, with more large trees or large tree limbs down along Baltimore Avenue and Ronald Drive in St. Anne, Missouri. So that's reported. Here are your power outages. You can look at the extensive power outages showing up here on the Ameren map. It's a large number that's there. Thunderstorm wind gust estimated at 60 miles per hour. That was just to the north of the city line in North St. Louis County, looks like. So And Rock, someone's asking if we can switch to a different map other than the Ameren map. Well, we're going back and forth. So Kirkwood is reporting the power is out. Lots of people in Kirkwood are telling us that. So, you know, we're tracking these storms. There's strong winds. There's a tremendous amount of lightning. There still could be some hail, especially with that cell that's just north of Potosi. But the severe weather threat continues to shift east and southeast of St. Louis right now. And along with that, the gusty winds are also shifting away from the immediate metro area. Although there's still a breeze right now around the St. Louis area, and there's still a fair amount of rain even out into St. Charles County. So as far as the number of power outages, let's see if we have an update on that. And Sean, you can keep the radar up here right now. I'm just looking on my screen here from that does the whole state at a time. And so I was kind of checking on that. In Fayette County, they actually have 522 without power over in Fayette County. Calhoun County has 385, but we don't have many in St. Clair. Madison County has 101. Now that is on the Illinois side. On the Missouri side, St. Louis County is now up to 18,000 outages. St. Charles over 9,000. Franklin's about 1,800. Warren County's 9,800 and about 3,500 in Lincoln County. So as expected, those numbers keep growing. The city has about 2,900 customers without power right now. So those numbers are growing. Statewide in Missouri, there's about 51,000 customers without power. And a lot of them are up in Rawls County, up in northeastern Missouri, Rawls County, Marion County, up there around Mark Twain Lake. There's reports of some damage up that way too. And so the folks up there have had to deal with that. So, you know, this has been kind of a long-lived event. We saw it coming earlier this evening, and we've just had to watch these thunderstorms roll across the area, produce their gusty winds, and try to pinpoint where they would be blowing out and where we would see the strongest winds. And right now, we are looking at those strongest winds east and southeast of St. Louis. It looks like we got a little surge down towards New Athens. It's bowing out a little more towards Redbud. So I'd be watching this area here for some stronger winds, which would take us back towards Waterloo. You know, in this area, this bottom part of central and southern portions of Monroe County, where you're seeing it bow out, and then down around Festus and to the south of Festus too. It looks like we've got a fair amount of wind that we're going to have to deal with that storm. Probably about 50 miles per hour or so. That's just a rough guesstimate. We're getting a little farther away from the radar site, so we're not sampling the winds as close to the ground as we were. But based on past history with this storm, they certainly, this whole line certainly has the potential of producing embedded areas of very strong winds. So, I mean, that's the reality is we've seen that all through the evening hours. And the good news, if we have any, is that north and west of St. Louis, things are tending to settle down some. But south and east, we still have these severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have increasing numbers of power outages, and we still have a tremendous amount of wind that we're dealing with. 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts as these storms press on to the east and to the southeast, moving out of St. Louis. So you're going to be inside, away from your windows, away from your doors. If you can get to the first floor, even into the basement, you know, it's not a requirement. These are not tornadic thunderstorms, but because they do have a history of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and that can still knock down large tree branches, I would tend to want to be in those safer, more secure locations. Now, we do think over the course of the next hour, hour and a half, between now and say 2:30, 3 o'clock, we will start to see this area fizzle out somewhat and diminish somewhat. So, and weaken somewhat. It's pushing into an area that isn't as unstable and isn't as conducive to stronger storms. There'll still be some heavy rain across the farm fields of southern Illinois and southeast Missouri, but not to the extent of what we have seen so far this evening. So as these storms continue to press out of the metro area, we're going to go here just to let our folks in Charlotte know and in the control room know. We are going to go probably about another 10 minutes or so. And then I think most of the metro area, the largest area of the metro will be taken care of, and the storms will begin their weakening process. And so we can go back to just being on YouTube and Facebook at that point. You know, we're going to still keep you informed. We'll still be here with updates, but I don't know that we need to stay on too much longer. It looks like, okay, 66 mile per hour wind gusts at Parks Airport over in Cahokia Heights. How about that? Pea-sized hail has been reported in that line down in Old Mines, which is where we thought we would see some hail down towards Old Mine and Potosi. That particular cell, a little more favorable for the potential of hail there. So winds over in Shiloh reported to be about 50 miles per hour. Very heavy rainfall. That's Shiloh, Illinois, St. Clair County. It does look like, just as I go back on my other computer, and I've got multiple screens open because, you know, that's what we do. That I do see the strong winds continuing to surge out, but I think you may be starting to see a little bit, maybe it's wishful thinking, of a weakening trend. Yeah, somewhat. Still a lot of wind. Still a lot of wind east of St. Louis and south of St. Louis. So let's take this line and let's go from north to south, from the worst of it, where we have the warnings in effect. So here we are over in Highland, Illinois. Edwardsville's already had it, well, round one anyway, sliding through. So you still have some heavy rain there. Troy, Illinois, still some heavy rain and gusty winds. Granite City, still a little bit of a breeze, but the winds are letting up and the rain is let up somewhat too. But keep in mind, Granite City is known for having some water problems, and with the rainfall rates of what they were with this storm, it's highly likely there's some drainage issues right now over in Granite City. Let's go south. From Highland and Troy, we head down towards Caseyville and O'Fallon and Collinsville. Lebanon, over to Breeze, Germantown. Looks like the stronger winds are really with this area that's around Lebanon and O'Fallon and Shiloh, trying to push towards Mascoutah and just east of Belleville. And then you get into this area that's down towards Millstadt and New Athens and Smithton. That area looks like it still has some 45 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts embedded in there. Much of the area here down in Monroe County, Waterloo over to Hecker, down to Tipton, Valmeyer, still showing some pretty good gusts in there. And as we cross the river and head back from Peevely to Festus, Olympian Village, yeah, it's showing up there. DeSoto's still showing me some gusty winds. So is Hillsboro. Trying to correlate it with my other radar screen that I've got open. And then you go back here and you work your way into Washington County. This very rural area here, Cadet, Potosi, Old Mines. This is the area that it's got some hail going on right now. Small hail, but it does have some hail going on. So that's it. That is our line of severe thunderstorms. The main threat is from strong winds. There's a little bit of hail with that cell around Potosi. Most of the other storms are not showing indications of hail. They may be showing some indications of weakening a little bit. But even as we say that, every time we do say that, we tend to get just a little more of a surge. So we're hanging on to this warning for a little bit longer. East and southeast of St. Louis, strongest storms are now starting to push over the farm fields in Madison County. They're getting away from getting outside the 255 corridor over on the Illinois side and getting into more rural areas as they start to shift east of Belleville and east of Mascoutah. Once it gets east of Scott Air Force Base and south of Waterloo and south of Festus, then you're really starting to get into significantly less populated areas. And they're also running into an atmosphere that's not as conducive for the severe weather. So we still have the severe thunderstorm warning that you see down for our southern portions of the area. And that is parts of Washington County, the southern half of Jefferson County, the southern parts of Monroe County, over into Randolph County, Illinois, and then back down through St. Genevieve and St. Francis County. That warning goes until 2 a.m. That severe thunderstorm warning is until 2 a.m. The ham radio operators over in St. Jacob, Illinois are saying so far their highest gust has been 13 miles per hour. So that's less than impressive. But there are other places that have been substantially more impressive. And so that's what we've been focused on this evening with these storms. Of course, I don't know that the heaviest is, it looks like the heaviest should be approaching St. Jacob right now. It's certainly pouring rain. There's no question about that. But the winds may still be back a little bit to the west. And to be honest, when I'm looking at this, and the heaviest winds, the strongest winds are more along the southern part of the line across the river and down into St. Clair County. So now St. Louis has been taken out of the severe thunderstorm warning area, and it is now east. The warning is now east of 255 in Illinois. So we're going to go another couple of minutes here as we track these storms, because we are seeing signs that these thunderstorms are weakening a bit. Not a lot, but we only need them to weaken a little bit. Also have some signs that this area that's south here of Festus, that's kind of nubbing down that little, it's past east of 67, just north of French Village, east of Valley Mines. That little area there showing us some indications that maybe there's a little bit of hail with that. And then down towards Bonne Terre. So, you know, this down here, it's kind of the last gasp of the storm. Hail hasn't been a big problem for most of us tonight. But I say that, and then, you know, some of you are saying, well, it was at my house between 9 and 10 o'clock. Because, yeah, the storm that came out of St. Charles County by itself ended up being a big hailer, especially from northwest St. Louis County and then on to the south, down Lindbergh and down 270. It was a rough time there for a while, with up to egg-size hail, even maybe some tennis ball-size hail. Some large stuff, big hail. All right, so there you go with the, this is the southern part of that line. That warning's in effect until 2. The northern part of the line still continuing to almost stay steady straight, but the steady state, but the northern part of it seems to be weakening a little bit, and the winds don't seem to be quite as intense as they were, but there's still some gusty winds in there. So we're coming up on 1:35. The winds have settled down across most of the metro area. We still have a significant number of power outages that we will be dealing with through the overnight hours. We're going to go ahead and return you to your regularly scheduled program. I'm going to leave the radar up on our YouTube page and on our Facebook page for a little bit while we kind of reset here just for a minute. And because it seems like the greatest threat has pressed east and south of St. Louis through the populated areas, and now the threats are starting to diminish a little bit. But we still got a lot of cleanup that we have to do, and getting these power lines fixed. Remember, if it's a down power line, treat it like a live power line. stay away from it. All right? So we'll keep you updated. We'll leave the radar up on Facebook, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes on Facebook and on YouTube. You can follow us there. You can check the radar anytime on the 5 on Your Side app or at ksdk.com. This is 5 on Your Side. We're in storm alerts. Okay, so I'm going to kill the audio on the Facebook feed. Well, I'm going to kill the audio on this for just a second. And we'll see if we can't get out of that. So we'll kill the audio for a little bit here. All right, so we took a quick break here to turn off some annoying computer problems. And so we don't have a lot of, a huge amount of new information, other than we're not getting as many reports as we did. The O'Fallon, Illinois folks were looking at 25 to 35 mile per hour gusts. So Granite City had a 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. And so, you know, I'm thinking our trend of somewhat weakening. I know a lot of you, if you're back on, a lot of you in Illinois, we do have that new warning they issued, kind of taking us from Carlisle Lake over towards Salem. As the two lines merge together, there may be some areas where we do get some gusty winds, but it's not as impressive as what came through St. Louis earlier. So I don't want you all to think that just because we're out of the less populated area, we're ignoring you over in Illinois. We're still here, and we're still tracking it, but it's also weakened a little bit from what it was. It's not as intense, and with that in mind, that's why that, and we needed a moment to take a hammer to a computer, but that's another story. So, and I'm getting tired of talking tonight. My goodness. As Kay Quinn would say, the air in here is just awful. So, but yeah, it is. So I don't have really a lot of new information to pass on. We still have the warnings east and southeast of St. Louis. It's still mainly a wind threat, although you can tell just by looking at it, we are looking at some at this point weakening in the overall trend. There's a lot of heavy rain. There's still some gusty winds. But again, it's not as impressive as it was when it came through St. Louis. And we kind of got the worst of it as it evolved out of Lincoln and Warren counties coming through the metro area. Now, there is some hail that's just off to the west of St. Genevieve. So that, I think, that's about the only place I've really seen any hail. Rocky Ridge over towards Bloomsdale, that's actually going to go across Interstate 55, that hail core, here shortly. But it's basically about maybe nickel size to quarter size hail at the largest. And that's at Cell, that's right along and just west of 55, right here down towards the Bloomsdale area. So it's got some hail with it, along with the gusty winds. And you see all that lightning in there too. So there's a tremendous amount of lightning there. So that's what we're looking at right now as that slides in and across the area. And, you know, these storms are going to clear the region here soon. So that's a late report from Warren County reporting some stormy weather and the wind gusts. Let me see, I'll call up a few other places here on my let's look what Salem is doing. So Salem, Illinois, the peak wind was 32 miles per hour. Flora, did we get a peak wind? Flora hasn't had much. So I think, you know, it looks like these storms as they're approaching Centralia and, you know, over towards Salem, we're not, you know, I can't believe that Centralia would have calm winds, but that's what they're showing there. All right, so, we've had 1 to 2 inches of rainfall, and this line of thunderstorms really showing signs of weakening here. The winds are. All the reports we're getting are substantially reduced in terms of wind right now, significantly reduced from what we were seeing earlier. And those are places where you would think you would be getting some significant winds, and we're not really seeing it. So I think that's a good sign that this weakening trend is continuing. And I think we're going to be in better shape here for dealing with whatever comes next. So I think we just have the rain left over, and let's see. We've got the west of New Melly highways, several utility poles snapped in half near Highway T and D. That was from earlier. So they're trying to catch up on the reports out there at the National Weather Service office. But bottom line is, the overall flavor of this is for the storms to continue to weaken a bit. So I think our warnings are going to expire here, pretty much on schedule. This next, let's see. So they still are continuing the one warning here east of St. Louis until 2. And then we have our other warning that was issued until 2:30 for the areas over in, really that's all that's left of that, 2 and 2:30 here, just to get these out of the viewing area. And they've weakened considerably, but we're still looking at some power outages. These storms back here, this is what we're worried about, is, if these storms start training to our west. And you've got another set of storms out here in northwest Missouri. So alrighty, well, I think we're going to wind it down here. We're coming up on 2 o'clock. The storms continue to show signs of not being as intense as they were. We just got a new warning, though, that takes us through, I guess, the rest of that line. Going to take us down into parts of Iron County where stuff is bubbling up, and into Madison County, southern portions of St. Genevieve and St. Francis County. That's going to be until 2:30, and they'll probably ixnay the one that's back behind that, and just leave this one up until 2:30. So if you're south and southeast of St. Louis, you definitely have to keep that weather eye going, but metro area, we're just dealing with the remnants of the rain now, and we're going to have that for a while longer, and we can start to get our power outages hopefully taken care of as we progress at least towards daybreak. We know it's going to take a while for a lot of these outages to get fixed back up. So still not a lot. Still not a lot. So as I look at the power outages, St. Charles is about 8,600. St. Louis is now up to 24,500. The city of St. Louis is up to 5,500 customers. Franklin County is almost 2,000. Warren County is at over 9,000. And Lincoln County is at 3,126. So for my own interest, well, that's interesting. Quiver River Ameren has about 6,300 customers out, and Quiver River has about 2,200 customers out. So that's pretty substantial. So that's the latest on the power outages. So, 35, 40,000 customers without power. That's where we are right now. So we're still hanging out here. I'll be monitoring this as we go through the rest of the night and making sure that nothing pops up. But I don't think we're looking at the widespread. I don't think we're going to look at the widespread damage like we were looking at earlier, which is good. Okay, so I think we're safe to say that that's good. So, yeah, some folks are saying, they dialed 911, it looks like, and had to wait a while. I'm sure the dispatchers have been very busy tonight trying to deal with this mess. So, all right, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to leave the radar scrolling up there for now. I'm going to turn my mic off. I probably need to go get some new batteries. Tracy Hinson will be here in a little bit to carry on. So we will talk with you soon.